Good morning.
You haven't changed it yet? Because otherwise we won't have access to like the agenda.
So she sent me all the info, and when I tried to sign up, so she said it's supposed to be like the last four. I attributed that to my social.
Okay.
So I put it in there, and nothing was happening. It still lets me do it. She
For
sent it to
Kathy?
me. Yeah. So this is. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Real quick, in case we need to.
Hi. I'll get us started because I know we have a busy meeting. Am I logged in now?
Yeah, you're all logged in now.
1 minute.
So try hitting forget password. Ask him to put that.
That's why I had his new thing out.
So if he pops in, I'm happy to pop
Yeah.
off too.
I know, that was probably like 45 seconds, but as long as if tech and comms are ready to go, we'll have everyone take their seats and get started. So good morning. I'd like to welcome you to the monthly workshop dated December 13th, 2022. We are starting at 8:31. We have a very busy day today, both today and workshop, as well as a school board meeting that commences at 6 p.m. So to my colleagues, I'm going to ask that I want to make sure that everyone gets to get through the presentation, but I also want to make sure that every board member has the opportunity to ask the questions. And so my goal is to make sure our time and attendance is worthwhile more than the actual time allotted here. So with that, we'll start with the State of CTE Workforce Training in Sarasota with Dr. Rhonda Pillow and his team.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler, board members, Dr. Esplin. We're here to share some good information from the post-secondary side to the secondary side, all the way down to our new Career College Life Readiness Center. So thank you for this opportunity to share. I'm looking for the slide selector. Clicker, yeah. And so we can get started in the presentation. State of CTE basically is trying to give you an idea as a board and some of the new board members where are we in career technical education in Sarasota County. And I can tell you that our board is so much more supportive than other boards in the state that we have some very exciting things happening. Is it up there?
Well, is it coming up? We have a hard copy.
We do, okay, so we can
Right?
continue.
Board
You
members,
guys,
you all have
everybody
that?
have a hard copy? So let me just go
we'll keep
forward
moving.
until
Yeah, okay,
our
great.
tech catches up. So Suncoast Technical College, like I said, I'm gonna start on the post-secondary side. Currently, we are about 10% up from where we were last year in enrollment. We're at 2,000 students today. I had the numbers updated. 700 students who are dual enrolled at some point. Those are high school students taking adult courses at the college. And then about 407 apprenticeship. That's in the trades, that's in fire, and that's up 20% from last year. Big demand for those workforce type trainings. The completion, placement, and licensure is our institutional accreditation numbers. That's where we were on our last report. 81% completion, 81% placement, and then 83% licensure when there's a state or federal license involved. Success stories, we've been focusing on third-party credentials, the industry credentials for post-secondary, somewhat different in terms of what's on the list for the fundable ones from secondary. This year, we had 351 submitted for funding. That is 8th in the state, no matter what size of the district you are. We finished about 8th for fundable. That's not all the certificates that we do, but those are ones that are on the master credentialing list from the state of Florida. As you see some of the larger districts ahead of us, we are striving to be in the top within our range, but honestly, I think we can get to the top no matter what size the district is. So where are we in Northport? Where are we in Sarasota in terms of capacity? There's a lot of demand that's being presented to us at the college for more training opportunities. The trades are in desperate need, as you see in the news. There's training programs happening in the trades. I'm going to have Mr. Jennings follow up with what we're doing in the trades at some of our high schools. For the medical field is, again, in dire straits. The population is growing in Sarasota County. The medical needs are growing. Hospital is being built. Northport had received an infrastructure grant of $1.7 million to build more infrastructure to bring industry into Northport. They need to do that. They need training capacity in Northport. Hospitals proposed for Northport right off of Sumter Boulevard there. The SMH hospitals going in. There's a significant demand in the South County for training opportunities. Northport, you'll hear from Northport, I think, at the Convocation of Governments about their desire to increase the training opportunities in Northport. We've heard that down there about STC South. Currently, in our medical programs at Venice High School, we have 290 students in the programs at Venice. Venice High School's program was our first medical program in the district. It's been there for over 15 years, I believe, and it is a stellar leader program for high schools. Now it's a two-teacher program, and that's why we can put 292 students through that program. Northport has a one-teacher program. They have 165 students in that medical program. It leads to an EKG certificate. And then at STC, we have about 303 students currently in the program, and those programs finish at 6, 12, or 14 months. So we have a rolling enrollment in those programs, and we're currently at a capacity of 303 students. The Northport campus is at program capacity. When I say program capacity, there are no more spaces to start a program. We have seats available in some programs, but we don't have any more room to expand a program. We can't put another teacher in to expand those programs in Northport. At Sarasota, we do have some room in the afternoons and evenings. We can create programs there, and we are doing so with a conversation we had with Sarasota Memorial Hospital. Board member Mr. Edwards made a connection for us to get to the table, and we're moving forward with a couple different plans there for SMH in terms of some unique, innovative ways of funding a program. Lastly, before I move into the secondary side, or Mr. Jennings does, Suncoast Technical College received an annual visit. This is our 7-year visit for accreditation. And in that process, they come and evaluate every detail of our programming, including paperwork, follow-up. And there's 10 chapters of standards that we have to fulfill, just like the accreditation and what we do for the schools. And they nitpick through everything that we did for 4 or 5 days, a team of 9 in person, 3 virtual, that came in and went through every file we had for the last 7 years, checking advisory minutes, checking workplace paperwork that students are out in the workplace, checking our audit, checking our finances. And they came back with 3 findings that are unrelated, paperwork mostly. One was we knew that we started a program at the Pines without permission because we've been in a stall for 3 years because of COVID. We couldn't actually offer, we're not supposed to offer a new program when we're in a evaluation year, but that had lasted for 3 years and we couldn't wait any longer. And so we had the opportunity, we did it, we took the hit, it's already been fixed. But so that was one of our findings. They're at the commission. They're going to discuss whether or not they accept our findings and our responses to the findings, which are very simplistic. And that'll make us 51 years consecutively accredited by Council of Occupation Education. We are on their webpage, as you'll see. Suncoast College earns its place in the sunshine. There's a little brief article about Suncoast Technical College being 50 years accredited. That was last year. And there's only 8 colleges, community colleges or universities that have been accredited for 50 years in this country, and we're one of those. So kudos to you. One of the accommodations was the support from the board in terms of facility and equipment and state-of-the-art programs. So that support, it was from the board, it's from the district, it's from the community. We do appreciate that. They were very impressed with how things operate at the college. And so they don't see that. Now, they go all over the country, and they don't usually see that kind of response. So I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Jennings so he can get right into the secondary side of things. Mr. Jennings?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. DePillo, board members, Dr. Asplin. Before I talk specifically about construction, I wanted to give you a quick snapshot of CTE by the numbers in 6 through 12. So you've got some figures there. We have over 100 CTE teachers that serve over 10,400 CTE students in 41 different career pathways across our district. All of those 41 pathways fall within one of 12 different state-determined career clusters. More than 3,800 CAPE industry certifications were earned last year alone. That is the most CAPE certifications our district has reported for secondary since we started offering certifications in 2009. I'd say CTE bounced back from COVID pretty well. We added 3 new pathways this year: entrepreneurship, multimedia, and construction. A quick note about multimedia: it's not the first time we've offered that type of instruction. We've had multimedia-related programs at our high schools for many years. They've just operated in silos: digital design, web design, video production. Our knowledge and research and understanding of industry hiring trends is they want an employee who can do all of those things, not somebody who can just design websites or just design flyers. They want an employee who can do multimedia. Thus, we're combining those into a singular pathway. A student can focus on one of those arms, but we want to give them the opportunity to learn all. Regarding construction, specifically, how is Sarasota County Schools addressing the construction industry need? Retirement tsunami, disappearing workforce, labor shortage, we've all heard the terms, especially the last few years in the construction industry and skilled trades. So Dr. DePillo and Suncoast Technical College have 4 trade-specific pathways: HVAC, plumbing, electrical, and carpentry. Most of the seats in those programs are taken up by true adult students, which is the mission of Suncoast Technical College. They have, as he said, 407 true adult apprentice students, most of which are in the construction trades. Finally, STC offers a general construction dual enrollment program for high schoolers, of which 75 students have completed in the last 5 years, 60% of which of those go right into the construction workforce. Some become apprentices and join the apprenticeship program, or they further their training in a trade-specific STC pathway. So the community feels that there's a shortage, a need, we need to help with that. So we've even heard employers say, well, the STC construction programs are closed. And I say, well, closed and full are 2 different things. Full, it means there's no seats left. So how do we do that? We bring the trades back into the high schools. This is not something new. We've done this in high schools in years past. Time to do that again. So this past August, we opened a general construction high school program at Riverview High School. Mary Doherty and Gulf Coast Builders Exchange were and are an integral partner for that. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for being very vocal and supportive in the building of that program. There are 51 students currently enrolled, 26 of which are seniors, 44 male and 7 females. So this coming June, we'll have 26 seniors graduating from 1 year of the Riverview High School construction program. We're in the current planning phases, but this coming August of 2023, we'll be opening 2 more general construction CTE pathways at Northport High School and Venice High School. We're in the process of evaluating classroom space, what kind of room renovation is needed. We look forward to those starting as well. So, all that said, among these 5 campuses, STC has 2 campuses, starting next year, we will have over 200 high school students actively in construction training pathways. I think that's a pretty good initial response. It's not working. Okay. So speaking of industry, I want to take a few minutes to talk about work-based learning. Not a new concept again. On-the-job training, internships, those have been around for a long time. So what is work-based learning? It's an enhanced learning experience for students that goes beyond classroom walls. Students build authentic connections to and experiences with local employers in fields related to their careers of interest. In the world of CTE, work-based learning, or WBL, is a hot topic these days, and for good reason. Again, where do all students end up, no matter what pathway they take? A job, a career. So let's start exposing them to jobs and experiences while we still have them. Some student benefits of work-based learning: students gain exposure to the world of work. They gain experiences that reinforce their academic instruction. They network with potential employers. They observe professionals in action. And they hone those much sought-after soft skills. Some employer benefits to work-based learning: employers get to test drive the talent. They can create an employee pipeline. They enhance their perspective with young, fresh ideas. And they support our local schools and community. A mission of my team and I is to increase the number of work-based learning opportunities and accessibility for all students in our district. In Sarasota County Schools, there are 6 types of work-based learning that students should have the opportunity to participate in. We're starting to gather and analyze WBL data from our schools. Some of it's easier to gather than others. Some of it's not course code based. So that will take some new systems and some new data collection and entry. So this is kind of a live project you're seeing right now, but I wanted to share what we're working towards and what the numbers are currently. Connecting students with employers and employment experiences is a priority of ours, no matter the student. We'd like to get to a place where we can tell you at any given point how many Sarasota County School students are in work-based learning, from which schools, relating to which career categories, and how many hours per student. We're not there yet, but that's where I'd like to get to. I can tell you that right now we have at least 798 students actively engaged with employers outside their classrooms. I like that number. I want to analyze that a little bit more, so that's what we're working on. In 2021, we reported to the state that 29% of our graduating cohort had a work-based learning experience. I want to increase that number. Only 29% of those, again, that was course code related. There's real stuff happening beyond course codes. I want to get those numbers more true. Like I said, employer engagement is a large component of our college career life readiness plan, also illustrated in the strategic plan's Goal 1, Strategy 5. But I'll let Dr. Amy Earle update you on all things CCLR.
All right, good morning. So we have a lot of parts to CCLR, as you know. So CCLR, quick reminder, college career life readiness. We are kind of one of the only districts in the state that has measurable metrics, and so that has kind of come about since this summer, and so we are working on trying to track those metrics and working with IT, and so I have kind of some unofficial metrics that are not perfectly aligned. As Tripp said, this is a work in progress, and this is our baseline year of collecting data. So at this point, since November 1st, we've had a very, very soft rollout of school links. We have had over 8,000 of our 6th through 12th graders active in school links. So that is about 5 weeks of actual instructional time that they have been able to go into school links and kind of explore different aspects of career, their own personality, their learning styles, all of that sort of thing. Beginning in early October, we had seniors from Northport, Venice, and Booker, get in there to link their Common App so that they could apply for college. So that will come into play a little bit later in the data, so you can see that. But remember, Riverview, Sarasota, and Pineview stayed with Naviance for the year for their seniors only. So that will come into play. However, I did pull numbers from both Naviance and School Links, and as of 2 weeks ago when I pulled this data, over 7,000 college applications have gone in from Sarasota County seniors to over 450 colleges and universities. So our students who are college bound are applying to colleges. They are applying to definitely more than one college, and that does include colleges like State College of Florida. All of those applications are tracked through those methods. We have had over 7,000 Career Center visits, and that is just in the high schools. And so that, I learned after Q1, was something very hard for us to track because everyone was tracking attendance and visitations differently. And so we worked with IT and with Jason Mockerman, and we now have a sign-in system with an iPad so that career advisors aren't wasting time collecting that data and sending it to me. It is on a Power BI, and I can pull that data from now on, and they can focus on the kids, and then I can tell you about what goes on. So in the career centers, what does go on? Amazing things go on. So at Sarasota High School, the goal there, they have 3 staffed members in their career center. Their goal is to physically meet with every single student on campus by the end of the year, which I think is a great goal. Booker High School uses a course code called peer counseling, and some of those students are trained over the summer on all of the things that are college and career and life readiness. And so when you walk into their career center, a student will greet you, find out how can I help you, and if it's something that they can't help with, which usually it is something they can help with, they can get the students the resources they need so that it's a very quick turnaround time. So those are some really great things that are going on. Other things that are going on are employer engagements. I know that Junior Achievement was in some of our middle schools this month and last month talking about financial literacy with our middle schools. Achieva has been coming in, and they are in contact with our middle schools about planning, budgeting, just basic financial literacy, but they are also going to open that up, I believe, at Woodland to parents at night to have kind of a financial literacy, how can we get you on the right path? For those parents as well. We also have had lots of local business owners, about 25 or more, because again, this is kind of old data from when I have to make the PowerPoint. So people are going in, they're doing lunch and learns, they are sitting with students, they are getting students excited about their careers, how they got into their career, telling their stories, and I have also been in contact. We have some collaborations coming up with Sarasota County Schools. We met with Erin Watson yesterday, and she would really like to get in to speak with our seniors about entry-level jobs that Sarasota County Schools has to offer upon graduation. So things that they can see. And so we are thinking about, she is thinking about, and I am in full support however I can, to get those students on a job shadow day so they can ask questions, see how it feels, see how it looks, learn what benefits are, and kind of learn how a system actually works. It's not just a bunch of teachers sitting around doing things. We are also working with Sarasota County Fire Department for that same thing. They are in dire need of recruiting and hiring, and so we would love to get out of just the elementary schools with fire safety and get into the middle schools and high schools about what are the different options. You don't just have to, skate by. You should, if you like chemistry, you might like this. If you like math, you might like this. And so we are kind of in the works of discussing perhaps a non-duty shadow day where they get to go to STC, they get to see the academy, they get to go to administration and those sorts of things so that we kind of get to explore with them. Sarasota Memorial is also in collaboration with us, so they are going to come and speak to our career advisors so that they can, again, recruit kids. They really just want our students to move along and stay in the community and join the workforce and kind of let them explore, because the research really shows unless students know what the options are, they won't take them. They go with what's comfortable, and that's typically what their parents do. So we want to make sure that they are exposed and feel comfortable with exploring other options. Another exciting collaboration we have is with Career Edge and Chris Craft, and so they are going to be doing a 10-week intensive where they will send some of our seniors who are not college-bound or not choosing to go to college right away. They will get to do a 10-week intensive course, and ideally, as long as no surprises happen and they pass that course in good standing and they have good work ethic, Chris Craft would like to hire them upon graduation. And so they will be guaranteed as long as they do their end and the market doesn't plummet. All of the wild things we never had to used to consider, and now we do. That's kind of the idea for those seniors. So that is going to be an awesome collaboration as well. So we really are trying to get careers and career exploration going in those career centers. So now we're going to look at the raw data on schooling, since that was our most recent investment. And so you can see that this is kind of a blurry picture, but we really liked, you could see the career cluster that a lot of our students are really into. And this is grades 6 through 12, right? So as soon as they get on school links, they have to take kind of a personality test, and then they can discuss assess what kind of careers they like. Our number one career, you can see there, is arts, audiovisual, technology, and communication. So we are really using this data to make sure that we are, especially Tripp, We are getting CTE coursework in there for these kids. We are making sure that these kids have options in classes, so they're not just showing up, doing reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? They are doing something that also brings them joy and can give them tools for success. And so that is one of the top career clusters. Second is STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. I feel like it's mostly engineering, to be honest, because when you kind of pull those apart, not a lot of the careers that they then chose are mathematician. So it's mostly engineering. And then that third one is health. And so again, that speaks highly to what Dr. DePillo and Mr. Jennings are doing in terms of nursing and healthcare and all of that programming. So how does this data inform our decision making? Again, it is about lessons, our guests. So career advisors can sift through the data at just their school and say, okay, Amy called and said that she is having the fire department show up. What students are interested in EMS, health, or fire? They can pull those students, and then those students get, a targeted approach. So it's not just, I have to go and listen to this guest speaker. We can choose students who have shown an interest, or it's within their circle of interest, their realm. It's also helpful because then our career advisors can help make cross-curricular connections. So it's not just happening in the Career Center, but they can support our science teachers in, let's talk about health careers, let's talk about this, so that they can go in and kind of give lessons. So back to the career aspirations, that it also asks them, what is their post-secondary plan? And so remember I said at the beginning, there were a lot of college applications that came in. And so that kind of shows in this chart, because that yellow, their plan is a 4-year college, the green is a 2-year college, the blue is military, the purple is a technical college, and then the red is straight to the workforce. And so I thought that was very interesting. But again, it's very interesting too, because if STC is coming to speak to students, we can pull the kids that want to go to STC and make sure that they are getting the information they want. Not to say that's the only information that that's not going to be the only students that we pull, but we want to make sure that the kids that want that information are getting that information and in a timely manner. So the things you guys really care about, the students with the plan, how does that look so far? It's looking great in middle school, and let me tell you why it's looking great in middle school. They have a half hour every single day to do college, career, and life readiness stuff. They're not doing it necessarily every day, and that's up to the principal's discretion. However, most schools are doing it at least once a week, and you can see that in the numbers. And again, those numbers have gone up. A lot of those middle schools do their CCR time on Fridays, and so those numbers can be even more. So you can see 6th, 7th, and 8th, we have about an 80% completion, and if you look at the schools, the career advisors are now, a lot of them are pulling students who are absent on those days and working with them through the modules to make sure that they're not behind, and so that they can really kind of explore what their options are. The high schools aren't looking great. However, to be fair, that fall is very heavy on those career advisors because of the college applications. It is very, very labor intensive on those career advisors to get through 600 students, let's say, college applications, and a lot of them have more than one application, and a lot of them need multiple letters of recommendation. And so they're really very busy. And so the numbers that you see in 12th are a lot of the times because those are the schools district-wide that had students that had to get in there to do their college applications. So for the 9th, 10th, and 11th, I have been meeting with all high school principals and career advisors. We are coming up with a plan to make sure that our 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, and our 12th graders at this point also, are getting in there. And so the strategy is to find a course or a nice place where it's not going to interfere with testing, so that those teachers can kind of add that in and supplement, and so, because that's kind of our stopgap at this point. And so for 9th grade, a lot of high schools have like a transition course. So that's a beautiful place to kind of explore, especially because there's a learning style assessment. There's a welcome to high school module, like what do you need to know? How can you get your study skills on track? Those sorts of things. 10th grade, we are avoiding ELA at all costs, because they are tested. We are thinking the world history is a nice place. 11th grade, a lot of them can move into those English classes there because they are no longer tested in English. And then 12th grade, we are just kind of patching to see, and again, baseline information. What can we do and how can we best reach them? The good news is if they started in 9th or 6th at this point, kids are logging on all the time. Like, it's not even their day. Kids are logged in at every single school, like taking assessments and writing notes and doing whatever. So they do like it. There are some cool like exploration aspects and kids go in and retake their assessments and change their goals and change their strategies. So what am I doing? I am working on continuing to support the network because we need to build the network of support for the teachers before we ask them to implement something. So I am working on training. We've got to start with guidance counselors so they know what those options are. The teachers, the registrars, the administrators, the career advisors are great at School Links, but everybody else now needs to kind of get their training, and it's very intuitive, but that's kind of our spring plan is to take off running. But again, our students need the support, and we can't have a teacher going in not knowing how to use it and then throwing their arms up in the air, because that's not a great way to start anything. In the spring, our middle schoolers will start to look at more career clusters and kind of explore in depth what does it look like, what is education and training. December is education and training career cluster of the month. I sent out a video to them yesterday saying, here's a video of things that you can do, things like interpreter, right? Like students don't think about, oh, I could be an interpreter, but we need those here in the school system. And so kind of doing some random things that they don't necessarily consider. So what is going on outside of School Links? So many wonderful things. We had the Career Skills Challenge last week. We had for high school, we had over 250 student participants. There were over 60 community professionals that served as judges, and Northport High was the overall winner. So if you look at those photos, that top left are the problem-solving group, and they were given materials, and they had to basically get little donuts from across the room into a net in a certain amount of time. The second one, you can see that in the second one, it's kind of like a stick under that timer, and that was what they created. Then we had the Vex Robotics, where they had to build their own robot. It had to run over those yellow discs and then shoot it into that Frisbee thing, which was very cool. And then there was also culinary. I think there were 12 events, Strip? 12 events, and so 12 photos would be a lot, but you can kind of see the kids are in their element. They really had a good time. The community professionals were very impressed, and that's why we're here, right, is to see kids succeed and thrive and find their passion and their joy. So future things that are happening in terms of student engagement, we did do the issuing debt field trip at Raymond James. So when that happened, when the school district was doing the issuing debt, we brought some seniors and juniors from most of the high schools, and they got to see how that process worked. And some of the words from students were amazing. They loved seeing that there were young people doing that work alongside older people, and they said it was a real life experience. They said they loved seeing, like, wow, I could do this. And one of the teachers that went said, I kind of regret that I didn't do that instead of this teaching at this point. And I said, you're fine. You're doing a great job. There are also career tech organization competitions. TSA happened on Saturday, and I believe Woodland Middle won first place out of the middle schools for Sarasota and Manatee County. The Career Skills Challenge happened, like I said, last week. February is CTE month. February 2nd, we are having an Experience IT luncheon. So IT professionals from the community are going to come and sit at tables with students who are interested in IT careers, and they will get to actually lunch with them, and it's almost like a speed dating. They'll get to talk to a couple different ones, have lunch, and kind of really figure out what's going on. Then we'll do the same thing with a construction rodeo. I believe that has actual job offers.
Hands-on, too.
And it's hands-on, and so that will be happening, and then the Middle School Career Skills Challenge on March 30th. And that is all we've got for you.
You guys did an amazing job, and I have to hats off because when we were going through agenda review, and I felt bad, and I said, I do not want you to fast speed this because this is a really important, and I know it's a priority of members of this board as well, including myself. So thank you for that. And members, thank you for holding your comments or questions. I have Mr. Edwards first, and then if anyone else has additional questions or comments, go ahead, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as the chair mentioned, when I got here as a school board member, one of the things that I was interested in was making sure that every student graduating had a plan. And that plan looked like 100% of our students would either be enlisted, enrolled, or employed. I think some of the school board members have heard me say that. I've added gap year to that. Doesn't fit, but it does. It can be allowed if they still have a plan. So hearing all of the great work that you guys have been doing, I just want to give a little bit of history. One, to the Trades Academy. When I got here, as I said, CTE was important to me because we could hear from some of your data that our college-bound kids, 7,000 applications went out. We do that really well. But what we needed improvement in was the CT area and making sure that those kids had an opportunity to create a plan. So when the conversation came up with the superintendent and I about my interest in there, we talked about how do we get academies into the high schools. The first one, obviously, with the Gulf Coast Builders Exchange. I think it's important while we're having this conversation to acknowledge that we raised, we meaning the school district, myself, and the Gulf Coast Builders Academy, approximately $360,000 in-kind and cash donations to renovate that classroom and be up and ready. I want to thank the Gulf Coast Builders Exchange for that, specifically Neal Communities for a $50,000 donation, and I think those folks need to be acknowledged. We had a force of students that registered as soon as they could, and that led into the two new academies that we're talking about today. So I'm really excited that the kind of energy that got behind it. And frankly, I just want to say also quickly, that is the best of what Sarasota County Schools does. You get them a good idea and they just hire the right people, get people on it, and they just move that ball down the field. Which leads me quickly to the Venice Healthcare Academy. We had one there. In conversations that I started with the chairman at Sarasota Hospital, we were able to enhance that program pretty quickly and get that up and running. And once that was done, I went back to that chairman and said, there's still a lot of opportunity here we're leaving on the table. As Dr. DePilla mentioned, they are building a hospital. We just recently had a hurricane down there that has really decimated the South County. And there are huge career opportunities with Sarasota Memorial Hospital, and they don't have training facilities to train for those two-year programs, which we uncovered in our fact-finding conversations together. So we can build that new building at STC, and the funding for that is coming from a lot of creative ideas and suggestions. We'd like to get the actual application or the program and grant money up to Tallahassee as quickly as we can. We're going to have Northport head that up because it's so profoundly excellent, not just for the students, but for the community and for the residents of the community that want to enhance their careers. So economic impact. I mean, you just keep naming it. It's the right direction for that. And I just want to say, as part of that, I know some board members have used their platform for various things, parents' rights, whatever. I really focused my platform on what's in the best interest of our students, career ed. How do we enhance that? And so this conversation of those three folks sitting up there is just a culmination of excitement for me, that something that I've worked personally hard on to see it come to fruition. And there was no bad news in there at all good news. One last thing, Dr. Amy, I have a donor who would like to build a career success center at Brookside Middle. And it would dovetail beautifully with all the work that you're doing and that you've been doing with schoolings. So at some point, let's put you all together and get that new center built for middle schools. It would be the prototype for the first middle school center.
I think that would be a beautiful idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. And just given the site of time, and I know Dr. Asplund has mentioned some of this, I would love to add more depth to the conversation that was just brought forward, because I think there's a lot of information in there that instead of it being piecemeal, but there seems to be great opportunity, but to afford the board members an opportunity and the public to understand what that looks like, especially when it includes funding mechanisms and what have you, and multiple different meaning like different jurisdictions, et cetera, the hospital. So in January or February, I'm assuming, again, I'll defer to Dr. DePillo as far as timing so we can include that in the most transparent way. Thank you. Mrs. Rose.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for your presentation and the work you've been doing. Your expertise is monumental. I look forward to your guidance and your feedback as these initiatives continue. Do absolutely want to recognize the Gulf Coast Builders Exchange and their participation in our district, the Venice Area Chamber, PGT, and absolutely Neal Communities. I also want to include in that the Education Foundation. They started in 2014-15 funding the individual career plans and education in all of our middle schools, and they really gave this life. And I think that history has been a big piece of taking us where we are today. And I couldn't be more ecstatic to see the numbers of those plans in middle school. So kudos to you and all the work you've done. And again, you are our resident experts, and I'm excited to continue to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Enos.
As a graduate back then at the Criminal Justice Academy, which was called VOTEC just a few short years ago, long story short is with Dr. DePillo and the staff, unbelievable job, 100% advocate of getting something done in Northport. It's my understanding they're looking at doing a hospital expansion in Northport. Is that my understanding? So CNAs, and they're going to look for that staff as well as construction, South County. What I would like to do, Madam Chair, is to put it back on for some time at the next work session in order to look at the grants, to be able to have Mr. DePillo move forward with spearheading that, to be able to get this pushed ahead of schedule, using the funding to our advantage, to be able to get kids, as my son just graduated, you know, a lot of everybody wants to go to a four-year college, but the competition right now to get into four-year colleges in the state of Florida is incredible. And we need to be able to offer this because we want those students to come back in our community, just like I did, to be able to come back to be public servants, to do the things that we need to do. And I think when you're at capacity, that says a lot. But that's what I would like to do, is put it back in for January, that whatever the next work session would be able to then give Dr. DePillo the opportunity to be able to go out and to leverage the funding, whatever you need, partner with the city of Northport. And to try to push that building to be ahead of schedule instead of trying to be reactive, but be more proactive. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just summarize. I love the work you guys always do. I'm a huge supporter and advocate of CT programs. I do love when I talk to people across the state to say that we've been leading the way. When it comes to Tallahassee, I still want to see us get the funding that we can so we can go to the next level. And you have my commitment to continue that moving forward. But also, I really am encouraged, and Mr. Jennings, we've spoken about this before, to see career centers going to the next level and really optimizing that. So thank you for that work. I know I'm a big data person, and I think as it was somewhat piecemeal, depended on who that school-based administrator and how the buy-in. And listen, there's a lot of things they have to juggle, so I appreciate the work that you guys are doing to tie that in. One of my questions is, I have a couple, and I'll be very brief, but when I look at the data on the career aspirations, is this our baseline? It was when we look at the graph that says four-year college, junior college. So that's the first year we're really ultimately tracking it like this. Is that correct?
That is the first year, and again, it's not even all of our students yet. That's the 8,000 that have been in.
Okay.
Since late October.
Okay, so this will be our baseline essentially, and then we go into next year, because it'll be very interesting to see how that trend stays the same or changes, especially as we talk about career and technical opportunities. Finally, I'm sure I have more, but I'll separate, try to be tight here. When we talk about, and I believe we've asked this before, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to confirm. When we're talking about, in particular, the construction, but especially as we talk more about Northport expansion in a collaboration with the hospital, do we track placement when we have for our adult students and or even our high school students, do we track placement after? So I know that high school students we're expanding a little bit more, but do we track placements as far as where they're going after they get their certification from our schools?
And the answer is a simple yes.
Okay.
A more complicated is how long they stay in that
Exactly.
place or how they transfer from employer to employer because they're chasing that extra $1, $2 an hour. So we lose track of them after their first transition typically. But yes, we do track it immediately leaving the program. Part of our accreditation is to make sure they're placed, and we verify that placement with the data from hourly rate in placement and then whether or not they're still employed at 6 months.
Understandably so. Okay, perfect. And then the last one is you mentioned about analyzing the data, which I love. I think this is a great idea because we have so many opportunities here. And Tripp, Mr. Jennings, excuse me, you mentioned that you wanted to dive into that number a little bit more, and you said that's based on the number you were basing it on was course catalog. Are you saying that you're going to expand and ask, because there are students that certainly work, but it's not integrated with any kind of classroom exposure. So are you going to combine? Is that the kind of data you're going to be aggregating, or?
You mean if a student has a part-time job in the evening that's not tied to school?
Correct.
Is that going to be integrated?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be categorized as work-based learning tied to their instruction like these programs would be. But yeah, that will be part of their School Links profile. So that part of the idea of the School Links is personalized profile. That's a holistic picture of the kid that evolves with them as they march through each year. A counselor, master scheduler would look at that along with their academics to kind of help their scheduling and guidance of where to go.
Okay, perfect. That's when I said, you said course catalog. I didn't know if you were expanding beyond that.
Yes, a couple of those types of work-based learning are not course code driven. For example, at STC in the electrical program, a group of students goes and is helping build 5G towers with an employer, but not every student in that class is doing that. So that's where you can't just look at course code. It has to be student-specific as far as collecting the data, but we're working on it.
Makes sense. Well, thank you again. I think you guys are doing great work. I guess my final question is, and this is a loaded question, so I'll leave it to Dr. DePillo, and then you guys can answer all three. What additional things do you need from this board to continue to move forward?
So always, we do appreciate the support. The support is big. Treating us as the expert is always the nice thing to have because we do our research, our due diligence, and performing those. We have our conversations with the community as much as we can. We involve the employers because we only have two customers at our colleges. One is the student and the other is the employer. If we don't match those two together, we're unsuccessful totally because now we don't have a workforce that's moving into employment and we don't have a student that's actually getting a job. So your support, number one, is big. You are giving us the credibility as the expert is the second piece. I will be bringing to you some opportunities. Number one, the Fire Academy. I'll be talking to you about that soon, actually very soon. And then the Northport conversation, we've been sliding that to the left, to the right in the timeline for the capital plan for a few years. There's a lot of pressure. We're going to put all the pieces together. I think we can do what Mr. Edwards and Ms. Ziegler said and Mr. Enos about combining that and getting the synergy together to move that project forward. But it's going to take a lot of effort.
Okay, well, I'll get with you as far as timing if January is sufficient.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
But hearing that there's there's 3+ probably that want to do that, so I'll just make sure that gives you ample time.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
I have
Oh,
one.
I'm so
May
sorry.
I?
Mrs. Rose, of course, sorry.
I apologize. Thank you for just the allotted time. With Mr. Enos requesting that we go a little deeper in the future, which I'm all for. One of the questions that I will ask in that future, putting my previous principal hat on and being a strong advocate of the rich opportunities that we have been and want to continue to offer in our community, from the arts to careers. Where are these units, additional units? How are they being funded? And what is the balancing mechanism for that? Given that school funding comes from the number of students, as a principal, I had to decide with my community and stakeholders, how many arts classes, how many career classes, how were we addressing, the core curriculum and those needs. And again, it's a balancing act, and I pride myself in being an advocate of all of it, but I see some very rich and very appropriate talk about additional units. How will that work as we move forward? How is that being funded, and how is it being balanced with the units that we traditionally, and I'm not asking you to answer now, I think those are questions that I would like to be able to share with the board and our community and where we are in all of our schools. But thank you so much for everything you are doing, and I look forward to those future conversations.
Thank you. Before you get up, Mrs. Marinelli.
Excuse me. So many buttons. I'm new. Thank you. I do want to thank you all very, very much. And being a former counselor in this district and the supervisor of student services, I just want to address, I'm so impressed of how far the Career Advisor Program has come. And I know we mentioned the counselors, and I'm very sensitive to their workload. So I think that's something that we as a board, when it comes to staffing, address, to not keep putting things on counselors, because we know nothing ever gets taken away. So how we can address that to get the students involved in all of this. So I'm very, very grateful and impressed, and you have my support 100%. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and happy holidays again. Thank you. Next, we are moving right along to Schoology, and we have Dr. Cantalupo and Mr. Bingswinger.
Good morning. Pleasure to be with you, board, Dr. Asplin, Mr. Dugan. Dr. Cantalupo is reviewing an upcoming presentation later today with Mrs. Alexander regarding the FAST, so she'll be in here in just a little bit. Joining me today is Mr. Adam Gardner, one of our 2 instructional technology specialists in the district, and really Mr. Schoology for our district, and really Mr. Learning Management System. He at the last board meeting, when I made the analogy of the mechanics that were working on the old car, he is our head mechanic for Blackboard. And with all that being said, in the interest of time, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Gardner to let him jump right in, with the assumption that the board had the opportunity to thoroughly read the read-ahead material and packet that was provided with that.
I am good. Very good. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Thank you. So far, we're batting 1,000% with, it is pronounced Schoology, not Schoolology. So far, that's been the most difficult process of this, is just getting people to pronounce it correctly, which kind of goes a long way with our system administrators that we have working on the back end, Jay McQueen, Neil Hendrick, who are, again, 2 of our system administrators really working on the back end of this while I get a chance to work with our teachers in the training aspect. So what we're going to do is kind of walk through where we've been, where we are, and where we're going to be going with Schoology. So we're using the Nostr model, as you can see on the slide, as kind of the guide, right, to all of this. If you're not familiar with this, basically, if you're missing one of these pieces, so if you're missing the vision aspect, it can lead to confusion. If you're missing the skills, it can lead to anxiety. And you can see that ideally, by having all of these various pieces in place, the vision, the skills, the incentives, resources, and action plan, that's how we can manage this complex change. And it is a complex change when you're talking about a learning management system that's used across the district, not just with teachers and students, but we have our HR department, we have OSHA training that happens there. So our LMS, Blackboard, what we currently use, is being used by everybody across the district. Professional development for teachers, there's a lot of different things that it's being used for. One of the things that you'll see reflected as we go through this is there's really 4 main stages that we're addressing. The first being the awareness campaign, which is kind of where we are right now. The information stage, personal, and the big one for us is feedback, and really collecting that feedback along the way, not just from teachers, but also from the students that are in their classrooms and the families that we serve as well. So when we're talking about the awareness, that's really kind of where we are right now. We're looking at, soon after this meeting is over, working with our communications department to kind of get this out in the public for them to be able to see what is Schoology? What does this mean for me as a parent? What does this mean for my child in the school? Where are we going? What's to come? We are, the same video you got a chance to see at the board meeting, when was that? It was November, September. We're planning on sharing that out to staff on a larger scale to inform them of what is Schoology and why are we making this change. As well as we have weekly, monthly school letters, informational newsletters that will be going out. We have already met, Joe and Todd Alexander has met with the teacher union just to share kind of the plan and going forward to make sure that everyone's on the same page. When we're talking about the information, again, some of the read-ahead documents you'll see are just some, really what we try to do is create some very basic information for staff to be able to digest it easily. And so you'll see some of the things highlighted in the read-ahead. We're just comparing how things are today in Blackboard with how they are going to be in Schoology and how much easier it's going to be for everybody, staff, students, and families. As we look at the personal level, so this is broken down into a lot of different aspects. So we have our district staff that have participated already, and we had Schoology on site prior to the Thanksgiving holiday break, where we trained 66, 67, I think, school-based trainers. These trainers were selected by the administrative staff at their schools. We brought them in for an entire day of training with Schoology, where the goal is we're going to have an expert on every campus as far as someone on that campus to be the go-to person for anything Schoology related. Depending on the size of the school, they may have more trainers. So like Riverview High, for example, would have 3 trainers available, while in Inglewood, which is much smaller, would have 1 to really try to meet the needs of the number of staff that they have at their school. Looking back at the school and district department staff, we're hosting kind of a digital open house of sorts next week for our district specialists to come in, where I'll be running through a training for them to show them exactly what you can do on the Schoology platform, maybe some of the things that they're currently doing, how can we improve on that process and improve on the tools that we're giving to our teachers and resources we're giving to our teachers in a new platform and updated platform in Schoology. Students, so what we're planning on doing, and we're going to dive into kind of a monthly plan here in just a minute, where you'll see how we're breaking this all down. But one of the things that we're aiming to do is to get our teachers into the platform and then begin working with our students. And again, you'll see in the next slide when we're talking about the feedback is constantly gaining that feedback from staff, from students, what's working, what's not, what can we in IT do to help make this a better process for everybody, and families included. The one thing I'll share is on the feedback side. So parents, as opposed to Blackboard today, parents are considered kind of first-class citizens in this Schoology platform. We had a couple parents who are on our LMS kind of committee search. We have a lot of parents, a lot of our trainers are also parents in the school district and are very, very excited to see the improvement on the parent side, to be able to get in and see everybody or every child that they may have in the district and get a view of what's happening in that system, which currently in Blackboard is a difficult task for parents, to say the least. So November, kind of where we were, and then we'll talk about where we are and then where we're going. So in November, again, we identified our trainers. These were selected by the school-based administrators at all of our different schools across the district. Depending on the size of the school, we have enough trainers to meet the needs of that school. Looking at the awareness part of it, so this is where we have already reached out to the teachers union. We had a chance in the last week or two to share kind of the same presentation with all of our district administrators and be able to field some questions from them as well. Where we are today is looking at the awareness campaign starting in December. So we have that video that we're going to be getting out to staff here soon prior to the break for the winter recess. We have a monthly Schoology newsletter we're going to be sending out just to give them little nuggets along the way of all the different things that they can do in this new platform. And then our trainers starting in December, they have access to the system today. And working with our system administrators and IT, we're working on getting all of our courses that are in the student information system brought over into the Schoology platform with students, so our trainers can begin using this system with students. They'll learn a lot. You learn a lot in a training, but you learn a lot more when you're actually using the tool with kids in a classroom. So that's going to help set them up to be successful when these trainings really start in January. And again, what you'll see throughout this is as we roll into January, that feedback part becomes more prevalent, right? So making sure that we all, like, throughout the entire deployment of Schoology, it's really important for us not just to hear from teachers, but also their students that they're serving and the families as well. So as we roll into January, this is really where the training starts at our schools, coming back from the winter break. We have 65, 66 trainers that are out there. They'll be working with the staff at their school. Our trainers that are school-based know their staff better than I know their staff and what's appropriate for a training. It could be an hour after school. It could be sitting at a PLC meeting. It could be a blended option where they have a choice to run a course online. One of the things that I've learned over COVID as a former classroom teacher, we know our students learn a lot of different ways. Our staff also learn a lot of different ways. So there's some staff members you can put in a course and they can work their way through it and they're totally comfortable and fine. There's other staff members that you got to sit right next to them and kind of show them how it works so they understand it. And so we're trying to meet our staff at all of those different levels. And so our trainers at our schools are really going to help us accomplish that. February, we're continuing to roll into the training, building that capacity. One of the things that we're really trying to do is, I'm not going to say put a barrier in place, but we want to have this training be offered to staff before we open it up for the general population to get in. What we're trying to avoid is someone to get into that platform, not really know how it works or why things are the way they are, and then just be confused and be frustrated. And if we look back at that Noster model that you saw, it can lead to confusion, frustration, and we're trying our best to avoid that. And so we're putting this training part in place to get staff familiar with the platform, comfortable with the platform, so that they can help build capacity at their school, so that when my neighbor teacher next to me is in Schoology and I've already gone through the training, I'm able to help answer those questions. Because at the end of the day, our trainers that are out there are classroom teachers, and they have a full-time job of being a teacher. So by helping build that capacity among the staff, we're really trying to build that community within Schoology to help, so that our staff can help each other along the way. Rolling into March, this is where we are looking to kind of have a general availability. So between all of January, all of February, into March, we've built that capacity out at our school sites. We have more than just our trainers that are considered to be Schoology experts, and really putting this available in our single sign-on on my SCS for every staff member to get in and start kind of playing inside of the LMS. With that said, it's up to the teacher of how deep they want to go, right? So as a teacher, I can sign in, my classes will be there, my students will be there, I can be using it day one if I'm ready. I also have the option as a teacher to get in and just start building content, or maybe I'm taking existing content that I have in Blackboard and bringing it over and working on it there. So really trying to meet our teachers where they are and where they want to be, in hopes that we can build that capacity through January, February, March, April, May, and leading into the summer, being able to offer a variety of professional development opportunities to make sure all of our staff are ready to go and hit the ground running in August with Schoology. Touched on it again, so April and May, you're going to see it's very similar, continuing to offer the professional development for staff. We're going to be loading all of those courses that are currently in our student information system, so staff will have access to the courses and to the students that they have. One of the many nice features that Schoology offers over Blackboard is just a easier interface for teachers to get in and use. The learning curve to get in and use it is not as significant as it is now in Blackboard. The other thing that I'm really excited about is typically when we look at our usage for our LMS Blackboard right now, high school is by far the best as far as the usage. Middle school, right after that, elementary school kind of dwindles down a little bit. In the Schoology platform, it has a dedicated interface for our youngest learners. The ability for them to reply, not by typing, but by recording the video, opens up so many options. And so what I think we're going to see is high school continued usage in this platform, middle school gaining some ground, but I'm really excited for our youngest learners, our elementary teachers, to be able to get in and start working with this, because I think there's a lot of really unique things that they're going to be able to do. Again, rolling into May, June, and July, just really working on that professional development for teachers and for staff, continuing with the feedback that we're receiving, and using that feedback to help us alter or change the way we train, right? And listening to teachers along the way. June, July, August. So the goal is by providing all of the training, all of the documentation, everything that we're currently working on, the goal is by August to start the year that we have a single LMS, which is Schoology. We have, I'll say it's an aggressive kind of timeline. It's easier for us to slow things down than it is to speed things up, and that's where the constant feedback that we're receiving from staff, students, and families are really going to come into play here. But making sure that our staff have plenty of runway to get comfortable in the new platform. Again, in the early trainings that we've done, the initial feedback, and I'll show you some of the feedback from our trainers here in a second, but the initial feedback from our staff is just like, this is super easy. And we take it for granted. One of the, I'll share, I don't have the video for you. I'll share it maybe some other time, but when we got a chance to talk to our district leadership, I talked about just usability. If you think of usability, if you've ever pushed on a door instead of pulled on a door, it's an example of poor usability, right? And our teachers right now are living, I feel like they're living in a online platform that just has poor usability, and they're frustrated. We saw it over COVID. It's continued, and getting into a system where the buttons make sense. I click this and it works. You know, for them, it's like, wow, this is amazing. So really excited for that, and I think it's a combination of the plan we have in place and a better, more robust platform that we're moving to that's really going to help set everybody up for success, our teachers, our students, and our families. I know I went kind of quick through that because I'm curious to hear any conversations or feedback. I do a lot better just with conversation than presenting. But these are quotes from our trainers. I'll just leave this up here. I'm not going to read them to you, but again, anchored in feedback is kind of where the term we've kind of coined as we've gone through this, and it's really important for us to continue to hear that feedback from everybody, and not just see the feedback and listen to it, but to actually take that feedback and put it into action, right? So, Joe, if there's anything you want to, I thought Joe's taking notes, and again, I do a lot better in
and so there were just a few key things that I wanted to either reiterate or make sure that we communicated with you. So first, the timeline that is been brought forth with all of this is actually not the most aggressive timeline that was recommended. When we met with our teacher group that made up the study participants as part of it, they actually, their recommendation was even more aggressive than this. And so we did not feel like that was something that was going to be reasonably implemented, but we appreciated hearing their feedback and knowing that from their perspective in the classroom that like, hey, this is better, let's go. So while this is a little aggressive, to Adam's point that he said, or Mr. Gardner's point that he said earlier, we can always slow down. What we can't do is speed up. And so as we gather this feedback and if and when appropriate, we can kind of slow the engines down a little bit. The other big thing that I wanted, or two other points that I wanted to make sure you knew is that one, we've also met with principals at principal meetings regularly throughout this, and we have had all of the principals express their desire for either Mr. Gardner, Mr. Alexander, myself, or some other trainer to come to their cluster meetings to begin to work with them in the smaller groups. They see the value that is potentially there, not only in the PLC models, but also in their ability to gather feedback and instructional materials from their staff in a simplified way. One of the things that Adam mentioned in our kind of conversations leading up to this presentation today is that so time is the most valuable commodity at the end of the day. And we fully believe what we're going to end up being able to do is provide staff on all variety of levels additional hours in their day, which is a tremendous thing to be able to provide them. The last thing that I want to leave you with is at last Friday's district specialist meeting, Adam was sharing with district specialists across student services, curriculum, assessment. I'm trying to think of all the different groups that were there, but he was showing them how you can, within a few clicks, export your coursework out of Blackboard Now and import it into Schoology. And as we were kind of going through that, the analogy that we kind of came up with them, and I think this is a good way for not just you as board members, but our whole community to kind of think is, one of the advantages is we've given people a choice. And what I mean by that is, kind of fitting that CTE and the construction conversation and career planning was just before us. Staff, as they're working in their Schoology platform, they have two choices. They can either be a brand new build and design and build it exactly however they want, completely empty palette if they want. Because remember, Schoology is a platform for housing content. It is not a content provider, right? So build this brand new house, or they can remodel the house they have. And they can work on their kitchen, and then the bath, and then the master bedroom, and it all doesn't have to be at once. And so that's one of the things that we're excited about. So for those that have taken the time to build a really great house in Blackboard and they're happy with that, they can bring it over and then make it that much better. And for those that have been just utterly frustrated with Blackboard, they can start from scratch. So with that, the floor is yours for questions and things that we can answer moving forward.
Thank you very much. I have Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. Boy, sounds incredibly innovative. I'm looking forward to the employment of it. My only question is the training that you had mentioned is starting in a timeline for that, which I translated January, February on through April, May, June. I immediately comes to mind that we're getting feedback from progress monitoring and the instructional priorities and peaks that come with it. Not that they aren't, as you are describing, that this program wouldn't be an asset, but are those trainings mandatory at any given time, or are they up to individual teachers or individual schools in how you're going to provide the training? What is the flexibility given the competitive forces? And again, this could be, as you have shared, innovative enough to be a positive to want to do early. But where does that training flexibility, when is it mandated? Is it by school? How will that be employed? If you could please share that.
So there's only so many hours in a day, right, for teachers, and I know because working with the curriculum team and everybody else, there's a lot of professional development that's available for teachers, right? And how do you prioritize one over the other? And so for us, we're really leaning on our school-based trainers that were selected by the administrative team there because they know their staff and they know how they prefer to get content. One of the things we're planning on doing is just offering a variety of different professional development options right out of the gate. So whether that teacher wants to sit one-on-one with a teacher at their school site, we're not making anything mandatory that they have to do. Our goal is to do a good enough job on the information side of things to expose teachers to all of the things that this new platform can do and build that excitement so that they want to take that professional development. But we're not making it mandatory for anybody. Our goal is to provide enough options for teachers that they can fit it into whatever schedule works best for them, whether it's online, self-paced, in person, at their school. If I got to drive out and sit next to a teacher and work with them, I'll do that too. Whatever it takes to kind of meet those teachers where they are.
Excellent. So what I hear you saying, just to state that, summarize it, that there won't be mandatory training on any timeline coming from the district office or school-based, that teachers will have the flexibility to balance this out with all of the other pieces on their plate and where they see the value of this, and I'm hearing the innovation of it, all the way through to June, at the end of the school year, correct?
Correct.
Even into July. The other things that I would add in this is by continuing to make these offerings available starting in January through July, we are cautiously optimistic that every staff member would find at least one time in those 7 months that would work for them to begin to get in there and work. The other thing is by all of our curriculum teams have talked about how do we infuse Schoology training into the other trainings that are already happening anyways. So it's a ancillary training that's taking part as part of the primary instructional training that's taking place. So just as many creative ways as we can to help people get comfortable.
I was just thinking one of the programs is the SCIP program, right, for our new employees when they come in. It's currently housed in Blackboard, but there's an opportunity for every new employee who's going to be exposed to this platform. And the other one is, as I work with teachers, and I've worked with hundreds, probably thousands of teachers over the years in the role that I have today, is really sitting down with them and saying, okay, so if you can give me an hour of your time, how can I give you back 2 hours or 4 hours or 10 hours, right? And this is one of those platforms that I believe can do that, right? So if I can get a teacher, if we can get a teacher, our trainers can get a teacher for 1 hour of their time, I think we can show them that in a more robust, efficient platform that we can give them back their most valuable resource, which is time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm glad you ended on that because I remember early on, one of the first things I asked many teachers, what is it if you had queen for the day, what king or queen for the day? What would it be that you'd like more? And it's always time. It's been the consistent response I always hear. I think everyone can attest that it is the most valuable resource. So if we're able to give those additional hours back, I'm all in. Thank you for highlighting the communication piece for all the stakeholders. As they know, that's a huge part of this. Learning change is hard, but if it's for, and I see your face, but if it, at the end of it, if it's for the better and our ability to achieve our mission, I'm in. I do have one question, and I was thinking about as we onboard new employees, does this integrate with any kind of HR component as well, or is that a completely different?
What do you specifically
Well, I know I'm thinking about learning module, so an LMS system, but does that have an employee back-end side of it too, where?
I mean, so there could potentially be that as opportunities when employees onboard. So I guess the parallel that's immediately coming to mind is how we work with facilities with the OSHA training that they do in there. So new employees could be enrolled in a new employee online class that takes them through different components of an onboarding scenario with the district, but I'm sure we can work with our talented HR team to kind of look at creative opportunities to make things just easier for employees as they get onboarded into the district.
Oh no, and I'm not. If it's not, I mean, that my point. My thought was making less places for people to learn, and particularly our staff, less platforms. So if it is able to house, but I also want. I mean, HR is a whole different component. we want to make sure whatever platform we use there is intended truly for HR, not starting from scratch, because I think that's a huge need in this district.
So Schoology, I mean, it's a delivery platform. So really, I mean, I've worked with not just teachers, but different district departments. So, and they're reaching out to me today to try to get their head around, okay, how can I utilize Schoology in a way that meets our department needs? So it's not just, don't think of it always as just teachers and students and grades, but there's a group aspect to it as well, where resources can be shared. The PLC initiative that we're looking at is huge in this new platform to be able to share resources among staff, but I'm having those conversations now with different departments of how they can leverage this as a tool. And I think, you know, you've got a new teacher coming in who's doing new employee orientation in Schoology, then is using Schoology in the classroom, and then is taking professional development in Schoology. It's just building, it's all the same platform. So you're not being asked to learn 7 different things. You'll get the chance to see it on a lot of different levels.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. As I recall, this wasn't a unanimous board vote, and I want to compliment you on the sensitivity that you demonstrated to some of those dissenting voices, because I heard real care and concern about training time and all of those kinds of things. So I think it's great that dissension happens. We all don't have to agree, but the end result can incorporate all those wonderful things. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Secondly, I just have one quick question. Was there any negative feedback?
So change is hard, right? I mean, and living in technology, it's constant, right? And if you're not moving forward, if you're just standing still, you're moving backwards because the way that technology changes. I can tell you personally, during COVID, it was hard for everybody. It was hard on the instructional technology side because over the years you've had teachers who it wasn't important for them at that time to learn how to use Blackboard. It was kind of an afterthought, right? Well, that changed drastically when everyone was teaching online. And so typical professional development courses that I ran would maybe have 15, 20 people to try to keep it personal. I was running courses over that time with over 100 just to give them something to get them going. So I'll say just change. Change is hard for anybody. Getting in front of them for 10 minutes just to say, hey, I got to show you this because I really think this is going to impact how you work with your kids. If I can get there, I think I can get them thinking about Schoology as a place they want to be.
And I really appreciate that you brought up the online learning, because that is when I heard people insane over Blackboard, that things were crashing, and it was hard enough being online or having dual classrooms going, and Blackboard was, and that was probably one of the single most reasons I voted for this, because I could tell that it was time for a change, to your point.
Yeah.
Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. You gave me a thought, and as well as the presentation, and that you are talking to other departments. And I'm very interested whether that ends up being a workshop agenda or a conversation in how our systems are working together to complement each other surrounding that instructional piece and in the ease of movement. And the variety of programs that we're using and how they work together and or don't. And the sole purpose of this is a systems approach to be the most fluid and have the highest impact. And I'm not asking for a response now. You brought it up, and it definitely lit up my thinking, as well as Mrs. Ziegler, to be very future oriented. And how we're working, all of our systems and departments are working as closely together to be an advantage to each other surrounding the student instruction and quality.
Yeah.
I'd like to just say one thing to that. Joe and I are kind of like beaming here, because we've been working for several months we have a strategic planning team looking at our existing digital systems. And thank God SR Money gave us the opportunity to do that, to do this thorough deep dive investigation, as you see they've done with Schoology. So we are looking at our major digital platforms because, to your point, we need to have integrated systems that work really well together. So we're kind of excited that you brought that up. Thank you.
Looking forward to hearing more about that as our chair deems appropriate for time in the future, but thank you.
No, I'll add to that. I mean, I think that's a good point, that it's all looking forward. We're not doing these in silos because for being good stewards of tax money, but also the efficiency and then the effectiveness. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. Moving on, we have the calendar committee. Not the entire committee, forgive me. Mrs. Schwade.
Hello, thank you. Am I on?
I tend to be loud, so. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Thanks for having me today. I appreciate the time to be here. I just wanted to share with you all that later today at the on the board agenda, you will see a request to approve, to allow us to advertise the calendars that have been selected by the calendar committee. So the calendar committee meets every 2 years, if everything goes as planned, to work through what we believe to be the best calendars for student learning. We will be on your agenda for this evening, there will be the 23-24 school calendar and the proposed 24-25 school calendar. Our request is that we have the ability to advertise these for 30 days to allow the public, parents, students to comment, and then to return to you all to convey that the remarks and the data we collect to you and ideally adopt what's been presented. So just so you all know, the calendar committee is comprised of union representation, both from classified and instructional. We have an administrator, we have a volunteer, we have a slew of folks that offer their input on the calendars that we offer to you all. There's feedback from elementary, there's feedback from secondary, we have input from IT, we have input from curriculum, we have input from testing. So we really try to provide you a cohesive draft for both years, and the bottom line is we have to come to consensus. So everyone agrees on what we provide you. And so what's in front of you today and what you'll be voting on later today are the 23-24 and 24-25 student calendars. It's really very simple, so I can answer questions. What we do, just so you know, is we offer an email to collect the feedback from folks. So the email we will put out as soon as you allow us is calendar.comments@sarasotacountyschools.net, which comes to me, and a couple other folks in HR, and then we'll collect all of that data and provide it to you once we close it after 30 days. So I'm super simple. I can answer any questions that you have. We just wanted to know you all to know what the next steps are.
Perfect, thank you. I don't see any questions. I have 2 comments. One is and I know our wonderful communications department will put that email up on our website, and we'll push that out on social channels so that the comments can come back. And then if when approved, of course we have to approve it at some point to be advertised, that we have any questions that are submitted to you be provided to the board in aggregation, which we've done historically in the past. My only comment, and I know we did this in agenda review, but to make sure this is something that my fellow colleagues would approve of, and I don't believe it would prevent us from keeping it on the agenda tonight, was that I know that we have professional days as highlighted as they would be hurricane makeup days, and there's 3. My suggestion would be to add, because now, God, we don't want that, but if I looked at I actually did some research and looked at some, I grew up outside of Chicago, so Illinois, we had snow days all the time, and so they would actually tag on almost 2 weeks and highlight that, so that, again, it doesn't mean it's gonna happen, but in the event we have to add that on, we can say in advance, we have these here. If a family or staff member so chooses to hedge and books a travel or whatever, at the end of the day, we have the obligation to ensure our children and our students are in class. And I know we have used our referendum additional dollars that we have, the 30 minutes. I personally do not believe that that's what the investment from our taxpayers were intending them to be. I know they were difficult decisions. It was kind of a lose-lose. But using that example or using those scenarios and as learned lessons, I think it would be advantageous we add and publicize that the 28th to the 31st and the 3rd through the 7th would be highlighted as additional makeup days should they be needed, so that in the event anyone does any travel plans, they can see those as potential days that we would be using. So if my board member, and we can't technically take a vote here, but if we need to move it to new business and just highlight that, I don't think that substantively changes the calendar for advertisement. And again, it's for advertisement for adoption. So I'm not, Mr. Dugan, does that change it substantively, would prevent us from putting it out for advertisement?
If you're going to make substantive changes, you want to restart the time to advertise.
Well, we would be approving it for advertisement today, so I think would be within that realm. So yeah, okay. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. Thank you for all the work you've done. I know that the calendar has a tremendous amount of input. The only piece that I consistently hear from the community, and I think our communications department does a great job sharing what's happening in our school, is Veterans Day. So I just want the community at large to know that this is an advertisement period of a proposal for those calendars, and that feedback that's come to me about Veterans Day, that this is their opportunity, if indeed it is important to the community, to state that. That's a piece they want us to look at, just recognizing the feedback that I've received. But I know how much work it is, how many different parties and perspectives that you've taken in, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great add-on. So without, just to clarify, for tonight's meeting, I'm going to just add this to new business so I can just formally add those and see if that's the will of the board to include those additional days.
Would you like us to change this and have it available for later?
Maybe just as a printout
Sure.
and maybe as a backup
Absolutely.
but for formalities, I want to make sure that the board, since it's been presented to us as a committee, and that is unanimous, changing one, I'm just one board member, so I'll add it to new business, make the motion, and then
Sure.
If it's approved, we'll add it for advertisement.
So just to clarify, you're saying the week of Memorial Day and possibly the following week could be added if need be to make up additional days?
So yeah,
something
I
along
think we
those-
should add the 20, I'm just looking at tacking right off. So obviously the 27th is Memorial Day, we would be closed. But in the event we have to add makeup days, we would highlight them as 28th through the 31st of May and June, the 3rd through the 7th.
Okay.
And if just historically, I hope that we don't have to do 2 weeks of additional, but I think, looking at this past year, the hurricane days, we were truly closed for 2 weeks. So let's hope that's not the case, but at least it's advertised for everyone to have a sense that that will be used for, makeup days and to plan accordingly.
Can do.
Very good. Seeing no more comments, we are all set. Thank you so much for all your
you.
work.
All right, thanks.
And then moving on to the social studies adoption and comprehensive health education with Mr. Slayton, Dr. Meckler, and Mr. Manugian. Good morning still, I think, yes.
I'll go ahead and start. Thank y'all for having me. We're going to go over the...
Is your mic on?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't think your mic's on.
How's that?
Much better, thank you.
Thank y'all. I'm going to go over the district health education plan. This was already gone over, and it was put up for review back at the beginning of the school year, but there have been some changes, so we just wanted to go over those changes so you're aware of what some of those changes were. I believe they gave you the document. It was the one-pager, and it's got hyperlinks there for you to click on so that you can see, and parents will be able to see what the curriculum is. And then it also has some of the permission forms on there as well. So really, the only thing that has changed has been, if you look down at middle school and high school, the old program that we used that the state has now done away with is called Making a Difference. So the new state-adopted curriculum, it's the only state-adopted curriculum, is called Real Essentials. It is a pretty hefty bit of curriculum there, so if you want to get a chance to go through that, the high school one that's in Hope is 164 pages of PowerPoint pages. The big focus turn from the state has been towards healthy relationships and making good decisions. So as you go through it, it is a very conservative program for curriculum, but the biggest piece, it's available for parents to be able to review, and then we're opt-in, our district is opt-in, so all parents would have to approve that their child would receive this curriculum. So with that, if there are any questions to the plan or, but we've gone over this before, but we just wanted to make you aware of those changes that the state has made.
I don't see any questions. I know you, because you mentioned opt-in versus, are there any districts that we know of that are opt-out? Because this is statutorily under HOPE. I mean, it's a graduation requirement. They've changed, DOE's now changed the pre-approved curriculum for that. Sorry, I had to think about how it's so. But do we know of any districts that are opt-out? Is opt-out an option? I know that's going to be a question since that was presented. So
there are some districts that do the opt-out. Most have gone to the opt-in just because it's, it's more for the parents. They're able to view the material. That's also been a big change, is the parents have the ability to view the material and they can decide for themselves if they want their child to receive it.
So right now we're an opt-in?
Opt-in. So if we don't receive a form from that parent, they will not receive the curriculum.
Very good. So, and then for parents listening, and again, I don't see any comments, just to be brief here, if they want to view this, this is on our website.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So for anyone listening, if you want to view this, you can go to sarasotacountyschools.net. I don't see any more. I don't see any more comments. So you clarified that perfectly. Thank you so much. We'll move over to social studies.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. I just wanted to say that this is a long time coming. We were supposed to be here in October and November, and we're here now, and it's December. So just an update on the social studies adoption and how we'd like to proceed. So reaching out, we did have a presentation up there. I don't know what happened to it. There it is. So through the course of the fall, actually going back to summer, we've been communicating with our other districts to see what they were going to do in terms of the social studies adoption in light of what happened last year with the math adoption. And what we discovered is that approximately almost half of the districts are delaying. We got responses from 37 of 67 districts. And 23 of those are delaying their social studies adoption, and 7 districts chose to move forward. And at the time, 7 districts were undecided. Some of that information has changed slightly since we collected the data. But as recently as last month, it was accurate. Our timeline, so everyone is aware in terms of adoption, allows us to complete that adoption within a 3-year period. Our advantages, what we're looking at here in delaying the adoption, this would allow the state to complete their process as well. My understanding is they're still looking for reviewers, and the timeline for districts to inform the state on when the adoption is completed is April 1st. So you can imagine what that does to a timeline, and they're still trying to put the state committee together. In terms of process for us, it allows us, the delay allows us to avoid the issues that plague the math adoption. If we wait a year, then we're not faced with worrying that the state has paused or held. We ensure that we can get materials out to students and teachers in a timely manner once we're allowed to go through. It does really focus us and allow us to have a much smoother process on our end when we don't have to worry about those things. On a separate note, I did want to say that because we adopted late last time, I say late, but within the 3-year window, we are completely covered with materials, and I think Sue's going to speak to some of those gaps in the curriculum, but we do have our textbooks and digital access for an entire year, all next year. So we don't have to fund a gap for social studies. We've set aside ESSER dollars to pay for the full social studies adoption, and we'll be within that timeline as well. So we will be able to hold our allocation of instructional materials dollars from the state and apply it toward those gaps or future adoptions. We've also included an updated adoption timeline so you can get an idea. I don't want to go through the whole thing. I'm happy to answer any questions about that timeline, but that reflects where the state is and where we are locally, and it includes the gaps that we're faced in the next several years.
So what are the curriculum and instruction implications of this delay? First of all, you need to know that there are new standards coming next year in 23-24. The new standards are really a replacement of civic standards with civics and government standards. Those standards will impact K-5, 6 through 8, and the high school government course. The only EOC that's impacted by the addition of these new standards will be the 8th grade civics assessment. In addition to that, they're adding an HE strand, which is the Holocaust education strand, which will impact grades 5 through 12. So I want you to rest assured that we have been working with our state regional social studies team to ensure that the resources that we are considering using have been vetted and approved by the Florida Department of Education. So everything we are considering, we are fully confident that there will be no issues with those materials. The two main resources that are shown for you, now let me get caught up here, are iCivics, which was a nonprofit founded by Sandra Day O'Connor and includes civics library resources. There are a plethora of resources in there, including professional learning materials, teacher lesson plans, game-like activities for students, and new for 23 is a private eye detective series for elementary. In addition to that, the Florida Joint Center for Citizenship, which is a partnership between UCF and UF, also is redesigning all of their lessons to make sure that they are aligned to the CG standards ready to go for 23-24, and we will make sure that we provide that necessary professional development for our teachers of those resources available. The next page just shows some of those resources related to elementary, middle, and high school. And then the last thing was, again, because we had planned to share this prior to Holocaust Education Week, I just wanted to point out that we had a great partnership this year with JFED here in Sarasota, Manatee, in which they created a teacher's guide that was shared with all of our teachers grades 5 through 12. This wasn't specifically a social studies resource, but also for English language arts teachers and also for our fine arts teachers who could incorporate these kinds of topics and experiences for our students. That partnership came from students at Pineview who were interviewing Holocaust survivors, and they created some extremely touching stories as part of this teacher guide. So, any questions about our social studies?
Mrs. Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your expertise. I will vouch that you know what you are doing. I want to reinforce the partnership in resources with the Holocaust education and the importance that's been put in there with the new standards, which of course you have prepared for any gaps, and assure that you are continuing to partner with the Jewish Federation of Sarasota Manatee, and particularly the resources with the Holocaust survivors, or the outreach that goes with that is so important. And I appreciate you bringing that up. But again, I have completely wholehearted respect as an educator for your expertise and guidance as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. Now, I understand that there had been civics trainings for teachers and administrators that were available this year. Wasn't mandatory, but they were available. Is that dovetailed to the new standards? Is that my understanding?
That is correct. Catherine, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yes. So this past summer, across the state, the Department of Education provided training. So we did have teachers from Sarasota that participated mainly in Hillsborough, but there were a few other locations that we had teachers go to. It was directly aligned to the new standards, providing them with resources as well as an overview of the new standards. I did want to add an additional resource that we've been working with our government teachers in using is the civics literacy book list that was provided with the best standards for ELA. our government teachers have already aligned those texts to the standards that will be coming out next year as well.
And I understand as a school district that we certainly have to follow the standards. I honestly I did not hear good feedback out of those trainings. And where the feedback, my understanding is in the Joint Center for Citizenship piece of the training, that that new standards or what's being developed for training has background in Hillsdale College. And that really alarmed a lot of people across the state that I interacted with because, of course, my email blew up, my phone blew up because of the trainings that teachers were hearing. One of the pieces that was really concerning is that when you get into the elementary, middle school level where teachers are not necessarily focused in on civics trainings, that's not their core focus of what they're trying to accomplish, is that they may quickly hear information and then have to disseminate it without really being cognizant of what they're actually having to deliver, and they're just delivering it, especially for brand new teachers. So without, I guess what's important for me as a school board member is that I continue to alert the public to this civics standards, and people need to understand that it has its grassroots in Hillsdale College, and that the families and the public need to do their due diligence so that when we get to the public conversation about adopting all of and any of that kind of stuff, because I can only warn, I can only forecast, but I'm telling you that I have not heard good feedback.
Thank you very much. I want to reiterate what Mrs. Rose said, and I know this year has been challenging, and you guys have handled it really, really well. And I appreciate you kind of looking ahead and saying, we don't want to do that again, and then evaluating it within being not only compliant, but what's best for our students. So I appreciate that. I have to imagine social studies will be a little bit more challenging than math. I think we all, we recognize that. So I really appreciate your leadership in this space and all of the work that you do with the limited bandwidth and all of the things that are being put on you. And I really, really, really want to tip my hat. The last thing I wanted to say, I'm very encouraged to see the collaboration with JFED. I think that I would love to see that be expanded. I know they are eager to do that, and I think we have such amazing resources as they build that center. That really could be a model for the rest of the state and not the country. I know they are eager to do that, and are also working with members of the legislature to build upon that, and any way that we can bridge that beyond just what's required, but I think would be wonderful to expand on that. So I look forward to those future conversations. Are there any other, Mr. Enos?
And I just also want to say that, and I know that I've spoke to some of the people through JFED. At the end of the day, I think that's something that absolutely that we should continue to move towards, because I think that the resources that are going to be available through partnering with them, I think is so important as we move forward. And I just wanted to echo that same exact sentiment. I think that's super important. And, I thank them for the partnership, and I know it only can get better, especially when we look at the curriculum. I know we have an expert team that's putting all this together. So thank you guys for your work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's all. I think I don't see any more questions. I will say that later on this on the workshop agenda, we have a discussion about committees, and we'll talk about all. I mean, it's probably the preliminary discussion, because in order to move forward, we have to understand all the different things that we have as committees. Are they work groups? Are they committees? Are they board sanctioned? What have you? And certainly plays a very significant role when we talk about future adoption, just in general. So you can watch. I don't know if you're participating in that. You have other things to do, but I just wanted to let board members know as well that will probably come up but we will do that at that time. So unless there are any further questions or comments, we are all set. Thank you guys so much. Have a great day. And moving right along, we have the 23-24 first budget meeting with Mrs. Bonnie Penner. Hello there.
Good morning. I'm bringing up two of my colleagues here to help me with any historical information that may be needed and to make sure they keep me on track. Or at least I have one. Okay, I have one. So, included in your packet is our draft budget calendar. There are actually 3 worksheets in there, and I'm going to go over them primarily this second page of this. And then, if you don't mind, I'd like to take just a couple of minutes at the tail end to talk to you about the debt issue that we are getting ready to close on, because it was just a huge success. And we were so excited because we were allowed to involve students in the process. They actually had a field trip where they watched, again, the process of issuing the debt. So just a few minutes to give you an update on that. So again, in your packet, you have a 3-page document, which is our draft budget calendar. It is draft because we tend to revise and change as things happen. You can see in March, we're expecting to have some information from the legislature. We never know when that's really going to come out, so that may need to shift. And you'll also see we've already started and gotten very far in the process of getting the information from schools on enrollment and working with departments on their zero-based budgeting. But if you look again at the first page, the draft budget calendar, you can see this is our overall structure of our timeline without specific dates included, but it gives you an idea of some of the things that we need to do before we have the final budget presented to you all. If you look down in July and August, I just want to mention this because this is the end game. We need to meet the law in regards to the truth of millage. So we have to accomplish all these steps before some of these very specific dates come into play. So the truth of millage legislation, it's chapter 200 of Florida statutes, give or take, provides that we, again, meet certain dates that are really counts of numbers of days based on when the property appraiser certifies the tax roll. That generally happens July 1. Doesn't have to happen July 1. There are times that the property appraiser can be a little bit later than that, but I think historically here it has been July 1 or maybe even a few days earlier, but July 1 is when the count would start as long as it has been submitted by July 1. And so we don't get that final property value amount until July 1. And I just want to make that clear because I know this last year was a bit of a shocker because we knew that there was going to be an increase in property values. But when we got that July 1, there was quite a significant increase in property values, which in a lot of ways was a wonderful thing, but then it also brought forth some conversations that we needed to contemplate before that final budget or even the tentative budget and the advertisements were approved. So just wanted to let you know that a lot of this information, it's like we go along and then all of a sudden it's, wow, we get some information and we've got to hurry up to meet these deadlines. So again, July 1 is generally the date that we see those new property values, and then we start kicking it into gear because we wait until Department of Education certifies the millage because they are the ones who set the required local effort, which is the bulk of the millage that we levy. They have until July 19th to do that. So they have almost 3 weeks after they've gotten the property values from all the states' property appraisers. They have until the 19th to submit it to us. Well, we have until the 24th then to get the board to approve the advertisement of the tentative budget. So we would love to be able to say, we've got this data from the property appraiser on the 1st, we're getting you something immediately, but unfortunately we still have to wait until the 19th. And then again, we have between the 19th and the 24th to get you those documents. When we advertise, which we have to do that before the 29th, we have to then hold that tentative budget hearing within 2 to 5 days of that advertisement. So usually you'll find that districts will advertise on Friday or Saturday and then hold their first budget hearing on the tentative budget on the Tuesday following. So again, we're looking at a crazy tight timeline to get this done. And the only reason I'm saying that is to show you why we're doing some of the legwork beforehand, so that we can, again, hopefully everyone will be on the same page by the time we get to this crunch time. We really want to make sure that the board is very comfortable with the budget prior to this, so that we can adhere to these trim timelines. And after we've done the advertisements and have the tentative budget hearing, we actually have a little bit of time before we approve the final budget. I believe this year it is scheduled for September 18th. So again, that's just a high-level viewpoint of those trim dates, which again is why we back into some of these earlier dates that we're going to talk about now. So the second page in your calendar packet gives you some very significant or more specific dates as to how we're building the budget, so that you can understand a little bit of where we are in the process, where we will be during certain times of the year, and how we're going to meet those trim timelines. So as you can see at the very beginning, actually we started early November, and we are hoping to finish up this Friday, probably next Friday. Our team, I shouldn't say we, the team, the budget team has met with every single school, including every charter school, to have, individual meetings to determine what our forecast of FTE will be next year. And we will be submitting that as required to the Department of Education in January. So they've had those significant meetings as well. They're about to finish up the zero-based budget meetings with the departments, where the departments are looking over and building their budgets from the ground up, and indicating their needs. So all of that is happening now. Of course, we have today our board meeting where we're going to discuss the timeline. We had in there to discuss the discretionary funding formulas, but we're going to push that back a little bit because we found some things we want to clarify and make a little better. So on Wednesday, January 11th, we're going to have all of the FTE information and we're going to have all of the zero-based budgetings summarized, and we're going to be working on them at a district level, just to make sure that we're all clear as to what has been requested and what the changes are, and have an initial review of that. So our next workshop, we are scheduled for Tuesday, the 17th. At that point, we'll be ready to share with you the FTE forecast. We might also discuss a little bit about some of the other funds that we don't tend to mention. We tend to focus so much on the general fund, but we might give a little background, especially in light of what Mr. Dumas is going to share with you in just a second. So again, workshop again in February. We're hoping at that time we have some initial runs from the legislature, and we also want to review what we're using the referendum dollars for. So, we have a sheet that explains exactly what it is. Now that we will have the raises incorporated into the budget by that time, so we'll be able to bring you back more so what we are spending from the referendum dollars and have a deeper dive into that. So again, moving along, we start to get into some of the HR timelines, which is actually the third page in your packet. You can see how we have to coordinate with the schedule HR needs for the whole surplus and staffing process, so that we can start hiring and making personnel changes to early, yes, early, and to make sure we have the right people staffed. We want to be able to get those positions posted as quickly as possible, especially in the schools. So again, Tuesday, March 21st, we will again have another workshop where we will be talking, again, hoping that we will have better legislative information, but we will also give you an update of where we are in the current year's budget. So you can see we should have the raise incorporated into the budget at that point to see, again, how those estimates are holding and give you a better update of where we are, where we stand with the budget for the year that we are currently in. So then we go through, again, some more of the staffing type information. So I'm going to skip down to that, and then we go in Tuesday, May 16th, again, another board workshop where we will talk more about specific allocations. And this is where we hope to have some, again, some better information on exactly what the schools are receiving, what the departments are receiving, so that the board can see a very detailed idea of what is being allocated. We also have a workshop scheduled for June the 6th, where we hope to have a draft of the complete tentative budget. So this will be closer to the summary budget, which is required by the Department of Education, so you can understand more of what the bottom line looks like at that point. And if you remember, at that point, we still don't have the final taxable value from the property appraiser, so it's going to be very tentative and preliminary. And then we hit those deadlines that we talked about, where on the 24th, we'll be back before the board with the advertisements based on DOE's millage rate calculation, required local effort allocation. And then we will have our public hearing for the tentative budget at the August 1st board meeting. As well, we will then have the final budget in September. And of course, we can add any additional workshops as needed based on some of those changes that we would be seeing as the property appraiser certifies that tax roll. So just wanted to show you the calendar. We are open to any suggestions as to what different types of information would be requested, any different topics that are requested, and more than happy to contemplate those. So I'll open it to questions at this point, and then, like I said, I'd want to just take a tiny bit of time to talk about that debt issue.
Well, you must have knocked it. Oh, Mr. Edwards. You did knock it out of the park, though. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. You did knock it out of the park, so let me start there.
Thank you. I have a great team.
I will say that school accounting is not like any accounting that the general public might be familiar with. And so in recent weeks, there's been an onslaught of comments, let's say, about our budget isn't transparent, and people, I'm not sure that why we're getting those kinds of comments, but even if every piece of paper were available to them, I'm not sure that I've taken 2 specialty classes to try and understand what this is about, and have gone through the cycle. And I want to compliment Ms. Penner on getting into a new school district, meeting those deadlines, learning what we've done. I mean, really, you've done a fantastic job of not skipping a beat. And I appreciate that. And our school district, in general, accounting terms, from my perspective, complements how I look at accounting. I'm a fiscal conservative, and so we try very hard not to overspend. So having said all that, I need to just maybe suggest that we have some public seminar-ish that we can answer questions, be more available to the public, whether that's as we go through this proposed timeline that you're having here, if there were last year's time budget up that match that timeline so that the public has an opportunity perhaps to compare what happened last year. The other thing that most people don't is those timelines that you guys are up against, those deadlines are crunch times. We as board members know that and know how hard it is for you guys to measure up and get those kinds of things done. I'm not sure the public is as appreciative of the hard work that you do. So the more, just like maybe quarterly or something that you guys can put together as an accounting team to say, here's what that means. Here's where you can find this. You know, those kinds of things, just so that we're getting less of that you're not transparent enough kind of comment.
Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Robinelli.
You did an excellent job, thank you. I have two things. On the referendum dollars, in the past, it was very, very specific where those referendum dollars were going. And back in the day when the referendum was originally being brought forth for approval to the public, was to go to the arts, to teacher salaries, and the addition of school counselors. And that is how that had been presented. So I don't know if those are still, but as a former employee of the school district, I've worked with budgets, and there was a time where the budget was much easier to read online. You used to be able to see what was spent out of school and departments, and that is not to you guys, but it is not the same, because now that I've been retired and I have gone on the school website and tried to look at the budget, it is much more difficult to find some of that basic information. So I'm very glad that you are bringing that up and going to make it much more transparent. But I do want to make sure that the public knows exactly where those referendum dollars are going. And it was never meant to supplant any position. It was to enhance and to make sure we had them. Because living through when we had major budget cuts and counselors were cut and the arts, the teachers were cut, we wanted to make sure that was never going to happen again. And that was a very important thing to this community. So I'm glad that you're going to be making the referendum dollars very specific where they're going, and they not to be what we tell the public those dollars are going for is that's where they have to go, and not be moving them all around. So thank you very, very much for your hard work and what you're planning to do.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to reinforce what Mr. Edwards has said, not just from a budget standpoint with community forums, but I hope that this board comes together and we have more opportunities to meet as a whole board and talk with our community. I think that would be a win-win from every aspect. When I look at the amount of work that is on the plate of all district employees, I, as one individual, want to be cautious before I charge you with leading forums or answering them. I want to add a piece, and it's something that I've said publicly many times, and that is the understanding of the school-based budgets and the department budgets, the way they looked when I was an executive or a principal or a teacher. And those were budgets from a school standpoint that all of my community had copies of. My community, my PT, SO, parent, teacher, student organization, school advisory council, teacher leaders, and all of them, with the help of myself as a leader and my administrative staff and teacher leaders, all understood those budgets. And they enabled us to see return on investment. They enabled us to see what was categorical, mandatory, had no flexibility relative to how state funds came down, how each position was funded. They allowed us to see the support positions, how there was flexibility, and the, what you could call them encore, you could call them elective, whatever, any different level would identify the enrichment classes, how much we were putting towards the arts, and how much we put towards careers, towards reinforcing learning, a whole variety of things. And there was flexibility in those encore elective pieces. And, you know, we do a lot of talking about adding career units. They have to come from somewhere, those dollars, and how they're being sustained. And all of those courses are rich. The assistant principals, et cetera, that we provide to a school. For me, that's return on investment. Where I can see and get specific feedback. Those are things our community can understand. So from my perspective, I'm not rushing for you to do more work or more explanation. I think those pieces have been here in our district. I would like to see them accessible to me as a board member and to the public, and start there. And I would imagine that schools are doing that right now with those budgets. And then departmentally, when I look at our English speakers of other languages and how are we functioning departmentally relative to data results over years. Special education, exceptional student education, the curriculum department, their ability for professional development, the specifics of the positions in those departments, where those funds are coming from, and then I look to feedback from stakeholders, and then the quality in the achievement results. And that is a package that has always made sense to our community and has existed here for many years. So from my individual standpoint, yes, public forums are insurmountably important right now, but I'm not sure that those budget perspectives are not here available, and I know have been in previous years. So again, you are our resident experts, and I commend you for the work that you have been doing and will continue to do, and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards.
I just want to, because I think this is important to be said. I can appreciate what used to be in our community and what was accessible, but we might have been a $500,000 a year budget, not $1 billion a year budget. And we also may have, which I've seen in the last 2 years that I've been here, and I had to look over the last 10 years to understand what brought us here. There's been significant legislative changes that are mandatory for the financial department on how they keep records, what they do, where to put it, all those kinds of things. So it's, I don't want you to own that the simplicity that has disappeared is your fault or the previous CFOs. There are just all kinds of statutory requirements that make it significantly difficult, and I think that the public needs to understand that.
Thank you. Well, I do believe there are a lot of things that were actually said here, so I think there's a lot of great ideas. I thank you, Mrs. Penner, for also taking what happened last year and coming back to some different ideas. I know we also have new members of the board from a timeline outline, but also looking at, I mean, when's the last time we had a 27% revenue increase over what projection was? That's pretty unprecedented. I wouldn't expect that to be the case moving into next year. Who knows? But so that was kind of it certainly was an outlier, and I think everyone agrees who's been doing this far longer than I have that's unusual. So I really appreciate you kind of outlining those. I think that something that I've said for a while, and it's somewhat summarizes some of the aspects here far before Mrs. Penner came. So these are not on you, and I think that's been very illustrated. But I know, and I just wanted to summarize. I don't think that any board members are trying to insinuate that. I don't take it that way, and I don't want you to take it that way. With the referendum, particularly because it's a 4-year, And I've said this, and again, I defer to you as far as how much work this would be on your end. I would always say, certainly as we get to the last 2 years, I absolutely believe we need to have the board presented with a budget with the referendum dollars, without the referendum dollars, because there's behavioral changes that as good fiduciaries we should already be implementing in the God forbid moment that it doesn't, because I don't like the component that there's almost a campaign of, oh my gosh, if we don't get it, and I just don't think that's the right thing to do by taxpayers. I think that we have to look at it as here it is with it, here it is without it. I certainly think the minimum time frame to do that would be 2 years prior to expiration, but if that's something we can start to do now so we familiarize ourselves, I defer to you because it was just adopted or just renewed, but I think that would help us plan accordingly as to because it's a contingency plan. Second is, I think that would allow for more transparency as to the funds, where they go. Again, you guys being the experts, that I think that would help, and it's certainly something the community has mentioned. And I think that the intention is to be transparent. So if we're able to do something like that in the future, I think that'd be really, really helpful. When it goes to the school aspects, as far as the school-based budget, I know we've changed since I've been on the board to zero-based budgeting, which is a breath of fresh air from a fiscal standpoint. Huge, especially for a district of our size. So I know that has actually changed some of the financial reporting that we've received as a board. My question really is going to encumbering both the comments up here is, when I think about the renewal of the referendum, there was certainly the ability to identify and tag, say X school was receiving X amount of referendum dollars, right? Can we provide somewhere on an online site that says this is each school's approved projected budget, so that the public can see that? And I know we have those documents, and again, they are fluid, and so that's your project. I mean, just like any business, they have a household. Certainly, they change. I don't believe we want to add an exorbitant amount of work where they're changing and updating it. I mean, again, I'm going to defer to you. What's a realistic way to do this so we can have transparency where there's questions, and also familiarity to the public as to the budgeting process? But I think by school, what I find is oftentimes very, I think that when I take a lesson learned from when we did the referendum and each school had how much, people loved seeing that. It was very impactful. So I think using that as an example, narrow in at each school as to what their projected budgets are. And one thing that I've always liked, I know we see budgeted versus actual as an aggregate, but I would love to see, this goes back almost 8 years, a budgeted versus actual by school, especially as we do personnel allocations. I think some of the goals I have, and I believe members of this board and certainly community, as we try to be more creative with our resources to achieve the academic outcomes of this district, narrowing down to the school level in advance and being able to see that if there are ways that we can redirect our money in the reserves in advance before we adopt that budget, I think would be very helpful. But it's very hard to see how we do that without really understanding budgeted versus actual, because we're talking about units a lot of times when we're talking about staffing versus the actual funding component. Would that be something that so I know I just threw a lot at you. But I'm just thinking overall, just listening to what I certainly hear from the community, what I've heard from some of the board members, and not that you need to decipher that right now, because again, I'm sensitive to the amount of work that y'all have to do, and the superintendent really having to direct that accordingly. So I'm putting those out there as ideas that I think would check a lot of these areas of questions and allow us as a board to talk through some priorities and decisions. So I won't put you on the spot to respond to that, maybe just, but I do think that would allow for some additional clarity because I believe the work is absolutely there. There's sometimes just a bit of a disconnect from the public, and to the point that Mr. Edwards said, and it's an understatement, that education finance and governmental finance is a very different beast. I don't know if you didn't create it. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but how we can make those two worlds speak to each other, I certainly think that we can try to find a resolution. And the final part is looking into 2023. And again, I think that doing more town halls of some sort and having one that would include a budget town hall, I think would be a great idea. And we'll look ahead to the schedule to do that, because I think, again, the more communicative we can be, I know that there's great work here. Sometimes it's just a little bit of communication that will, that will work through to calm the waters. So that's all I have. If there are no other comments or questions, you wanted to go to the financing.
Yeah, just really quick. Earlier, last month, we had our rating review. So we are rated just like other large entities through Moody's. We use Moody's versus Standards & Poor's. And we receive a rating on our debt issues. Well, we received a rating upgrade, which was phenomenal. It's something very, very few districts in the state of Florida have, but we are one of the highest rated districts in the state of Florida. So we have I had it written down on here, a AA 1/AA2. The reason they give you 2 is the AA1, which is the highest that they give to districts. If we were to issue debt that had a secured revenue source. So for instance, if we went to the voters and said, we want to levy debt and you agree for the next 15, 20 years, however long, to pledge this much of your millage towards the debt, then that's considered reports that have the nationally recognized certificate of excellence through the GFOA. Those types of things are what put us there. And we appreciate the board also supporting, again, being fiscally conservative and doing the right things so that we get where we need to do. And with that said, what happened because of that rating upgrade, what happened also because Sarasota has such a small amount of debt outstanding in comparison to what our debt threshold is. The state allows us to encumber up to 75% of our capital outlay millage for just debt payments. Of course, the board has a policy that it be 50%. We are so far below that, it's even with the new issue, we are so far below that it just, again, those types of things are what really look good for us. But what happens when you get that rating upgrade, when you have such little debt, is, first of all, our debt sold in 15 minutes. By the time they, I guess, hit the gavel and said we were done selling it, we had orders. So it's just like the stock exchange, like an IPO, when people place orders for these bonds. We had orders for over $2 billion in debt, which we didn't want to do that. We weren't even close. The max we needed to fund the project was $135 million. So you think about that. People wanted, there were orders of over $2 billion. So that just means, again, that we're getting the best bang for our buck as we issue this debt. The real way that the investors measure whether we're getting a good deal is there's this MMA, and I hate to say I'm not remembering what that is, but it's basically the going rate for that day. This is the rate, the interest rate that you would pay, or the yield that you would expect on any given day. And then you get a spread. Each year runs differently. So you get a spread. How much more than that rate are you paying? And it usually is more. But our spread was actually, for 1 year, was 2 basis points lower than this MMA. I may be thinking mixed martial arts. I'm sorry. Anyway, this rate, our spread, and I had one of the bankers there who's been doing this over 30 years. He says he's never seen one where you get below this number. And we were 2 basis points below. Our highest issue was 33 basis points higher than this rate. And just to give you an idea, Walton County issued their debt the very following day. And they also are in the same rating as we are. They have the highest rating category. Their spread was 5 basis points to 48. So you can see they're paying more for their debt than they are. And just go back, we always like to compare ourselves to St. John's. St. John's issued earlier in the year. They do not have our credit rating. They are 1 rating below us. Their spread was 10 to 78 basis points. So you can see how being fiscally conservative, how, some of the the things that have been done in finance have just done, they're saving us money. It's not just that we're doing these things so that we can win awards, and we're doing these things so that we can say we have a wonderful fund balance, all of that. It is saving us money, as we do need to support, as you know, this is building the K-8 at Clark and Lorraine. So as we are, issuing debt to build these facilities, we're seeing that our good stewardship of funds has really made an impact. So with that said, I know Mr. Dumas is going to be talking about a new high school, and we will again be going out for a debt issue, a COPS issue for that. So, you'll be seeing us again, and we'll be talking again how that process will work. The neat thing about this process is our primary banker or underwriter was Raymond James, who is out of St. Petersburg, and they actually have an official trading desk like you might see in New York City. And they have an amphitheater type education center. So we were able to bring students. I think there were 3 high schools. We had about 60 students about 30 students who came and watched the process. They got to see the orders being placed. They got to see decisions being made. Do we make some tweaks here? Do we make an adjustment here? And then they got to go actually watch the traders receiving calls from investors and negotiating what those yields would look like. Along with that, they got to see some of the younger folks who are working in that industry come and talk to them about why they chose that career, what their college focus was versus what they ended up doing, and some of the things that they have learned starting out their career that they just really didn't expect to be important, like being able to talk to people. So anyway, it was very exciting for the finance folks, because we don't usually get to spend that much time with students, and it was just a wonderful day all around.
That's
it.
that's a wonderful recap, and I meant to say this earlier at the presentation with CTE, but I love the stories of us cycling back our district I think I hope we can find more opportunities to do that, but cycling back the district operations that go beyond just the classroom for exposure and learning opportunities for our students. So I commend you and the team and whoever came up with that idea. I love it. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I will jump right on that. I think that's great when we can find opportunities for our students to join in the process and see what it is that we do. Quick question, how often do those ratings come out?
We generally, we wait for our financial advisor to give us the recommendation that we truly get re-rated. Now, Moody's will be having calls with us periodically. We have to report through. It is an SEC-based organization where we have to report any changes in our financial position. So if they happen, we report them immediately, and Moody's will pick up on that. So they could change our rating at any time based on what's happening. We don't foresee that happening. Now, they won't usually move you up. If they see something wonderful happening, what they're doing as the reporting is, or the years are progressing, is they're looking for anything that might bring us down. So with that said, our financial advisor knew we were in a much better position, so we went for the full renewal of the rating. So we probably won't go through that anytime soon, especially since we're at the top, and we'll just continue submitting data to them and continue again with the same drive of stewardship so that we can keep this rating.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate that you acknowledge Mitzi Corcoran. But I also want to say to the board that it was a bigger collaboration. We stand on the shoulders of our past and our legacy board members, our superintendents, and our financial CFOs, and all of the people behind that. And we have a great responsibility to maintain that rating along with the scores that we pay close attention to for our students. And so I would just throw that rating out there as another benchmark that we are all accountable for.
True.
Absolutely. Well, I don't see any more questions or comments. Thank you so much. Thank you, Crystal. So the finance team, also please thank them for all the work. You guys do amazing work and a testament, as was said here today. So thank you very much and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the high school drawings with Mr. Dumas and Mr. Cantis, and perhaps a lot more people that I see standing up.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning to allow the team to talk to you a little bit about some really exciting planning that's going on, some design, and that's in our new Welland Park High School. If you remember last month or so, we were in front of you talking about the K-8 design and where we were with that. Well, we just wanted to give you an update on where we are with the Welland Park design. And so Jane Dreger, our Director of Construction, is here to kind of lead that conversation with the team of professionals who are working through that process right now. And we wanted to also focus, because we haven't built a high school in so long, it's such an exciting time for us looking at prototypes. But the big thing we've been really focusing on as a team is what's the program, right? Because program drives the building. And at the end of the day, we want our facility to support the education that's going on there and the programs that need to be there. So Mr. Cantis is sick today, but Catherine Kokoza has been a big part of these conversations, and so she's going to talk kind of with Jane about some of the unique things that are going into our school, some of the perspectives from the programming piece. And so with that, let me turn it over to Jane to start the conversation.
Good morning. Is that better? We have a presentation. Is it loaded up? Perfect. So I'm just going to recap the read ahead, and then I'm going to let the design professionals really get in and talk to you about how we've collaborated and figured out this new high school for us. So the architect and construction manager contracts were issued on August 2nd. We immediately kicked into gear and started having meetings with all of the stakeholders, from the instructional folks to IT to food service to facilities. Our project manager, Brian Maybe, is right here, and Edwina Oliver were key in kind of corralling everybody and eking out times on very busy schedules to make sure that we had all the right pieces in place. One of the things that we were looking at as a direction for the district is kind of changing from the spread out campuses that are very difficult to secure and very difficult for travel, is creating one big building that has wings and moves kind of like you would think of an airport or a mall, where circulation is inside. If you have to go into lockdown, it's much safer. And the architecture firm Ziskovich had a prototype that's being built in Collier County that really intrigued us because it allowed for customization to make the prototype ours. We went and toured, a big team of us went down and toured the Aubrey Rogers High School in Naples, and they're opening this coming August, so we got to see construction kind of far along in the process, and we got to ask the district what did they learn, because high schools aren't the kind of school that you build every year or 2 years, and so things really drastically changed from the last time we did a high school. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jose Marguido with Ziskovich, who's as excited about school construction as I am.
Well, thank you, Jane. That's a mouthful, Ziskovich, you know. As Jane mentioned, I am absolutely delighted of the experience we've had on this project, because it's been a truly collaborative effort where we've had this educational specialists, we've had facilities, and we've converted this prototype into a glove fit to really prepare the kids for the 21st century. So very, very excited with what's happening. And I'm going to take you through this building very, very quickly. It's over 300,000 square feet, so we could stop and ask questions later on. But what you're looking at the screen right now is basically the welcome court that receives the students. And as Jane mentioned, it's a single building because of safety and security, but it's also a single building because it maximizes the creation of community and learning neighborhoods. I'll talk a little bit about that. The other thing that's really spectacular is the site that you have. You'll see it in a moment. It is a magnificent site with wetlands in it and all types of natural environments. And actually, we've built the school around that, so the site itself is a classroom. And you'll see that in a minute. If we could advance the slide, and I could take you through the floor plan real quick. Or do I have to do that?
Oh, it's right behind you. There's a clicker.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, here we go. Okay. This is the ground floor plan, and it is a one-story building. And the reason it kind of looks like a hand is because between those fingers, there's courtyards and natural landscaping that we're going to be preserving. But what happens is there's a main entrance, a high-security sally port where visitors are checked in. And that's the heart of the building where the administration area is, that yellow area. You come through the welcome court, and the first thing you'll come in is to a welcome center. So it's a place where we try and encourage the parents to participate in the education of high school kids, because usually it levels off after elementary, right? So here they're going to feel at home. The building is composed of a number of signature spaces, and the most predominant one is the commons right in the heart of the building. It's a large air-conditioned space, doubles as a dining room, but also as one of the largest classrooms in the building. So it'll be a place where we could have project-based learning or community events and all types of other learning experiences. Now, when you come in, the first thing that greets you is the innovation zone. And the reason we call it that is that's where all the CTE areas are located. From your engineering labs to the entrepreneur labs to your tourism labs, all that is grouped together into a really exciting space that basically prepares the kids a line of sight as to what they're going to do when they enter the adult world. So that's right off the front entrance. And the adjacent wing is a classroom wing. It's a 3-story. The classroom wings are 3 stories. They stack on another, and you'll see that in a little bit of an animation I'm going to share with you. And it has a spectacular championship gym. The building off on the grays, the brown zone there you see up to the side is the athletic center. And the gymnasium is the large space in the center, but it also has training centers, wrestling rooms, everything along that side of the building. But not to forget the importance of art, it also has a performing center as well, and that's an auditorium with 850 seats in it, surrounded by a really spectacular music program. On the second floor, there's something really great at that pink area in the middle, which is, we call it a student union. It used to be called a library, but this one has so much more than just a library, where it has guidance in there to prepare kids for the decisions they're going to make, either a career or college education, in that yellow zone there, as well as guidance for basically the tough decisions they face at that part of their lives. And that looks down into that commons area, so it's very, very easy to supervise. And that's kind of a look at it. It's very collegiate-like. It kind of prepares kids for that kind of experience, and it has a lot of collaborative learning areas within it. On the third floor, the green zone there is the science suite. They're all grouped together to create a kind of a discovery zone in the building. And on the adjacent wing, you see the typical classroom. Now, the classroom wings have embedded within them small mini administration areas, so there's always supervisors in the area where the kids are. So the counselors and the assistant principals are there nested with the students. And this gives you a little bit of a bird's eye view as you're approaching the building. You see the parent drop off at the front, the parking lot, and the welcome court. And this is what the site looks like today. And as I mentioned, one of the things we are trying to do, you see that wetland there, we tried to place the building as if Mother Nature put it there herself. That's where those fingers are there. And we integrate in the wetlands and the lakes, so you'll see them pop up in a minute. So there is the developed campus. You can see our retention areas. We've also put space for its little brother coming in. In the future, there'll be a K-8 that'll share the site. We've designed it intentionally so there could be some economies of utilizing the bus drop-off and the chiller area to service both buildings. So we're flying over the K-8 right now, and that's going to come in the future. But the high school is the building that we're flying now. It has generous play areas. It has a stadium. It has tennis courts, baseball, softball. And that kind of shows you a little snapshot of, we think, one of the most exciting things coming to Sarasota. This school is going to be absolutely spectacular. I wish I was a kid again.
And I have a few key or specifics about some of the programming that we're already planning for. CTE programs that we're planning for are the Tourism and Hospitality Management Program, the Agriculture and Biotechnology Program, Computer Science, Entrepreneurship, Multimedia Technology, and Engineering. I really want to pay attention to that tourism one. We are planning to partner with Cool Today Air to help in that area. And then the agriculture biotech, we're working with the 4-H program and the UF Extension. So Tripp and team have taken a lot of time to look at the industries that were surrounding that area and really try and tap into what is going to be the job market in that specific space. In addition to that, the wetlands that were mentioned, we've been working on a marine biology lab partnered right next to that ag lab so that those two teachers can partner up and use the outdoor classroom as well as their indoor classroom. And I'd be remiss if I didn't really point out that science center that's on the 3rd floor. We are hoping to really build out something special and unique there. We are building out some state-of-the-art labs for our labs. It's not a mass program that we're looking to develop, but we are looking at what could we do in the South County area to really enhance that programming. And JROTC, that's another one that we didn't mention, but Steve added to our list and wanted to make sure that we highlight. We are looking at building some state-of-the-art facilities down there as well.
So with that, that's kind of a little bit of a summary from our team, and we're certainly open to questions, comments. I just personally like to thank, it's our first experience with the Zinkovich team, and they've done a great job, and long-term partners with Willis Smith Construction, and the team has just been wonderful, as they always have been in terms of this design. It's a big building, a lot of new stuff going in there, and so it's been a really collaborative process. So from my perspective, I really appreciate that. So with that, comments, concerns, questions?
Thank you very much. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, very, very impressive, exciting, win-win for the community. I'm looking forward to all of it as it proceeds. One minutia question, when we talk about the middle school prototypes that were last built, the majority of those campuses were built with individual bathrooms, individual restrooms, and what have been traditionally called gang bathrooms were in very limited in a common area. From a increased focus on academia environment, I have to tell you how important that is from a principal and teacher perspective. And is that a consideration as we go forward? And if not, is there any research on that from a discipline standpoint? And also, if I hear from families of their greatest concern, it's always come from, in a high school, from the bathrooms and or who's monitoring it, which is staff and so forth. So, a comparison in cost, or as such, I obviously don't want to, not making any conclusions, asking a question, but, and making that very small and compared to how impressive your drawings are and your preparation from a programmatic academic standpoint, very impressive.
So I'll start to answer, and anybody can jump in here. So Ms. Rose, that's absolutely a great comment because we struggle with that district-wide bathrooms, right? And what's the correct design on bathrooms to support? It's a clean, safe place for students to go, and it can be monitored easily. And so that's the conversation we just had with the Zinkovich team. We've got basically a design at Venice High that we think has worked pretty well, and so they're going to try and incorporate that into the design here. And then in terms of group versus single bathrooms, that's obviously it's a fine line. Trying to provide enough bathrooms for everybody requires group bathrooms, but then provide enough for those single-use restrooms also to accommodate the needs of everybody. So it's a transition we're talking through right now, and I don't know if the team wants to add anything regarding that conversation.
Well, one thing I would add is where you group those group bathrooms. It's important because it provides a level of passive surveillance. So in this particular high school, we've put the mini administration suites immediately right next to them and in the center. So what happens is if there's any event that occurs there, you'll have administrators right next door, and B, they're open in the sense that there's no door, so you could hear and smell what's going on inside. So they've intentionally been designed to create a level of passive surveillance, if you will.
With the impressiveness of everything you have presented, I would just encourage a little research on that and because you obviously have a design here that is futuristic. If there is any research, because I've also had feedback from students who are important also of the privacy piece, and I know that cost is paramount, but where's that balance? Where's the research? But outside of that little minutia piece, which I think has importance, very impressive, and I thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. We'll look at it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enos.
And I would follow up on that. If you look historically, when our favorite social media platform, TikTok, for everybody in the district and parents, when they put out the grievous damage, if you remember 2 years ago, we had kids prying off fire alarms off the side of in the bathrooms and posting it with their friends, as well as we tried to do the vaping piece. We did have some issues and some overdoses we had in reference to what they thought were dabs, and they turned out not to be dabs. But at the end of the day, we had a lot of significant damage that happened to the bathrooms, and the kids were participants in it to be able to post it for social media fame. So what I would highly take a look at is, we tried to do the vaping monitors at Riverview. It didn't work because it's just it takes way too long in order to do staff notifications to be able to have there, and then it comes back into consent to searches. And it was, I know Mr. Dumas was involved, a lot of the administrators in here have been involved. And that whole month, I believe it was September, was horrible. So I would just also that. The only thing I would ask about this is to make sure, the sad part is that when you look at incidents like Uvalde, you look at incidents like down at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, you look at these terrible school tragedies that continue to happen, is all that I make suggestion is make sure that, involve the school police department and some experts in reference to safety and security, because with a beautiful building like this, best practice is going to be 8-foot chain link. It should be black instead of the silver to be able to keep the aesthetics. You've got ponds there. You've got, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to need to go in there, such as, do we use access cards, which is better safety and security, to be able to turn off access to rooms in case something happens. Is it going to be keying? Is it going to be access? It's going to be both. The more windows that you put up in the front, I know educationally, from my stand talking to different architects, is that they're looking at windows that are at least 6 foot above, so that you don't have to, during an incident, you don't have to worry about trying to close blinds, do those things, as well as here in the district. I know we were the very first person to implement the two-way tint on the windows to the doors, which is be another concern, obviously, to make it, because obviously it's the speed of the lockdown that saves lives, period, end of the story. So I would just say, as well as the other issue we've had with a lot of schools, which is being corrected, so I shouldn't say a lot, but long story short is we need to make sure that we have enough Wi-Fi. We need to have connectability for our law enforcement officers and our firemen to be able to talk while they're in the schools, because we've had to go back and do that, and there's a national fire code that says that it's ultimately the school's responsibility. So moving forward, I think it's awesome. I absolutely, because when you look at securing a school that has 4 doors to the outside from 4 classrooms, it's difficult at best, but it's Florida. So when we start looking at these things, if you would, please, We need to make sure that we include it, make sure fencing's included. When you look at those windows pieces, are those going to be ballistic? Or, you know, when you start really talking about cost factors when it comes into that for safety and security, and, you know, in Sarasota, it's the, number one in the state. We need to make sure that we do everything that we can to continue that, and this would be a perfect opportunity to be able to showcase that. But we need to make sure that those things are included in the cost, you know, because that safety, if kids aren't safe, that they can't learn, teachers aren't safe, they can't teach. The property is awesome down there. I think it's going to be a great addition down there. But we just, if you would, it's too bad that you have to fence everything because it's a beautiful architectural look. But it's just, unfortunately, it's where we are as a society and best practices, you know, as we move forward, which, you know, I just want to make sure that's on everybody's radar. So thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
Just to piggyback on that, I know the board has talked about this off and on. It might be the time to talk about the metal detectors and incorporating them right up front, and can we add that to the rest of the schools? I know Mr. Enos was significantly involved in the build-out of the new building in Pineview at this stage of the design, and so I think that his comments are extraordinarily valid. I always ask this question. One of the answers you cannot give me is cost. Just take that off because I already know cost is going to be a problem. But what can go wrong other than cost?
Today?
Not today. In the general of where you are today in this conversation with the plans and to build out.
So a couple of things come to mind. One of the things we did at the tour in Collier County was I asked my counterpart, what was the craziest thing that happened on this job? Or what was the hardest thing for you to predict and have a backup plan for? And he said that they have a card reader system that uses a chip. That particular chip is also used in the Ford F-150 trucks. So they have doors they cannot lock right now. And there's no backup plan because it is an electronic device. So do they change out all of that? So it's, I think, unfortunately right now, it's the things that we can't predict. I mean, we have masterful teams. What's plan B? What's plan C? What's plan D? But that's the kind of thing that you could be waiting for those cards to come in so you can give every teacher a card to get into school. And Ford has bought all the chips. So I think that we just need to be honest with each other at each step of the way. Here's where we are. Here's where we think our problems are. Here's where we think we can do better. And really just collaborate and make sure that we have backup plans.
And I think, I'm sorry. I think that one of the things I do want to mention is as we move through the process, right, we're still early in the process getting to SDs. As we get to SDs and they start to budget, we'll be back in front of you again. Hopefully not talking about being over budget, but certainly we'll see more of that as this develops a little bit more. But we'll be back in front of you just to collaborate on that process. And the other thing I just want to comment on what Chief said and Mr. Edwards said, one of the things as you're talking about board agenda items for workshops, we'd love to have a conversation with you about next steps for safety and security. Have the conversation with Chief. There are a number of things, including what Mr. Edwards mentioned about looking at how we bring students onto campus on a daily basis. But there are a number of other things we'd like feedback from the board in terms of what do you think needs to be the priority as we move forward. And so if you could look at putting that on your calendar, we'd love to have that conversation with you.
Absolutely. Taking down notes. Mrs. Marinelli. So I keep blending your first and last name for some reason. I apologize.
I'm used to that. I used to be at an elementary school. Yeah. I just want to thank everybody, and I have the greatest confidence in, I like that Miss Oliver's on here because she's a straight shooter and will say, you know, this is not going to fly or whatever. And Willis Smith, I've seen other projects you've worked in our school district, so I know it's in great hands. I just have, this is on the mental health side. You talked about I'm a former school counselor, so, and we have itinerant school psychologists, school social workers, and mental health providers. Is there places that they will be able to meet privately? I see Miss Oliver's shaky. She knows where I'm
Yeah.
coming from. So we have that privacy for families and kids to be able to work with people.
Absolutely, it's built in.
But that is a beautiful building. I can't wait to see it starting to be built. It's just beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I have to say this is a testament to the diverse backgrounds that we have here, and I'm very excited because all of that was brought forward are we like Mr. Dumas said, it's been a really long time since we built a high school, and time has changed for the better and sometimes for regrettably the worse, especially when we talk about security. And so that was the first thing I thought of is it's one large structure versus multiple structures. From an insurance standpoint, I'm like, oh my gosh, the TIV for that's going to be so much more than multiple. But from a security standpoint, I want to make sure we're looking at it that way. I have no doubt that you are, but also if I even look back historically, the bathroom piece, not even just from a security standpoint, but for some other things that we're trying to just manage and serve our diverse community as respectfully as possible. How, we've talked about Mr. Lempe, Mr. Dumas, myself, years ago, as far as changing the ed spec when it came to restrooms, managing how do we have safety and security, privacy, all of those things. And this is the opportunity for us to evaluate that. And so I would put all of those at the priority aspect that may have already been discussed or not. I certainly think it was reiterated here. So, and again, we have to be cognizant of the most challenging time from a predictability material standpoint and cost projections. So, trying to balance those things, but I hope that at least I think it sounds like this board's very, very eager to see us try to manage those. And maybe if it is going to be a cost, likely, as Mr. Edwards said, that it's very possible that we're going to see those, but recognizing that these are, if you think about efficiencies and knowing what happens on a day-to-day aspect from a campus, if we're able to alleviate those through the construction and certainly the safety standpoint, it might be worthwhile and as a model. So I look forward to those future conversations. It is beautiful. It's beautiful. So I'm sure people are all starting to, the next question comes redistricting and how we get to, who gets to go to that school. I can't wait for that conversation. So, and Mrs. Rose?
Just one quick note, the K-8 school, the same piece with restrooms and cost and research. I think very futuristic, but I just want everyone to know, wow, very impressive.
You blew us away. That's a good thing. Good thing. Great. I don't see any more comments or questions. Thank you so much. This is a very exciting project, and we look forward to future conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving right along to assessments, and I have Dr. Cantalupo and Dr. Johnson. And if do board members want to take a quick, let's take a 5-minute, thank you, 5-minute quick break to stretch our legs, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes at 11:30.
Please. I think I should have just stayed up here the whole day.
1 minute.
So how do we go? First of all, how do we speak? Hmm?
She will be a grandmother.
Who, Sue? Oh, really? During the assessment. Is this on automatically?
It's the green light. To push a little button.
Oh, so it's on right now. Yeah.
Okay, I said 1 minute. I'll give a couple more minutes and then we'll get moving. All right, we are back and we are on agenda item number 8, assessments with Dr. Cantalupo and Dr. Johnson, and I'll let you introduce everyone else. Thank you much.
Good morning, everybody. I think you probably know all of us. I want to introduce Christy, though. She is our test coordinator, district test coordinator extraordinaire. Job actually tripled in the last year because we had 1 assessment and now we have 3, and she's doing well, needs oxygen from time to time, but we're doing well. It also might be a quick presentation for Sue. Any moment she'll be a grandmother. So she's waiting for that call. I don't see the presentation up. Okay, here we go. So this year we transitioned to FAST, as you know, and we're going to talk about the results from PM1, and then, as is our sort of, as you saw with Schoology, gathering feedback, have gathered feedback about what we should do or change for PM2 in terms of the administration of the test. So Christy will talk all about that and how we went out to the schools and got recommendations, because if you remember, it happened pretty quickly. They changed the assessment system to 3 times a year in the spring, and then had to basically acquire platforms. They didn't have the platforms in place, so Renaissance is the platform for K2. And do we have the clicker here, or? No clicker.
Do we have the presentation?
If you go there, we could just click. You should.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. So we really, even though we call it FAST, that's a debatable term. And it is 2 platforms. It's K2, they adopted Renaissance, and for 310, they have the Cambium platform, which was a modified platform that we did use at high school in, I don't know if it was all schools, for ELA 9 and 10 last year. And they had to adapt that platform to make it useful for the rest of the grade levels. Our schedule is set by the state. We did, however, work with our schools to make sure that we adapted those to ensure that all schools were happy when we were going to test within those windows. The first time round at PM1, we weren't sure what quite to expect. You know, we had the hardware and the software in place, et cetera. Everybody was trained, but we weren't sure how students would react to the test. They haven't seen things like this, especially our little ones coming in kindergarten. So we really did take copious notes on that and have changed things going forward. Different score types for this test, too. Much more information on both of these platforms, which is useful at every level. So for the STAR test, which is Renaissance, for K2, we now have a scale score, which is different. It'll be able to compare student performance over time and across the grade levels. It's calculated based by the difficulty of the questions and the number of correct responses. We also have a percentile rank. What's important to note here, and I know you all know what percentile rank is, but that this is for national norms, so it's not just for state norms. So when we look at the percentile ranks here, it's different than Cambium, which is state norms. Which is beneficial with that also is that we can, at time 2, we'll be able to monitor growth compared to those national norms, which we haven't had before. And the reporting features are very robust. And so teachers all the way from the district, to the subject area, to the school level, to the teacher level, to the parent level. So it goes all across. So that is a really robust platform and very easy to read. And it goes, for the teacher, it really gives them important information about benchmark categories. An interesting thing to note about this, though, is when we use the term adaptable, and that's for both platforms. But with K2, it's across the grade levels. But when you get from 3 and above, it's within the grade level. If we go to the Cambium, we see our old familiar achievement levels that they used in the FSA. They did an equipercentile matching technique. So for this year only, we will be using the FSA benchmarks, the levels, and the cut scores. But they're already picking team members to look at the cut scores and get prepared. So after time 3, we will be able to, they will reset them, and we'll have some training involved in what they mean and what they look like. They've done this before. It's not something that we've had experienced much difficulty with, but it's just that education piece of what everything means. They also give us percentile ranks. Important to note that these are state percentiles, not nationally normed, because we're testing the best standards. We have proficiency by standard, and then performance by standards. So we really get a little bit deeper dive when you look at these reports and looking at how in English and mathematics we can break down those scores into content areas. A bit broad, they're pretty broad, but still we can get more information than we did in the past. And we pulled this slide in and we use it in other arenas just to make sure, because we haven't had percentile rank, but just to clarify for everyone in the larger audience that, how does this student compare to the other students at the same grade level at that time? That's the important part, is at that time. Because we've had lots of questions, well, they're only in the 20th percentile or the 10th percentile. We got to remember PM1 was given in the first 30 days of school. So they didn't even see the content area before. Many of the, reading is a bit more spiraling, and these ladies can help me out with all that. But mathematics really introduces a lot. They build upon each other, but introduces a lot of new concepts. So a student, just to reiterate, who has a reading skill greater or equal to 58%, is scoring at the 58th percentile, will have skills that are greater or equal to 58% of the same grade students who are assessed. And if we go forward. So these are our results from 25 and 39, and they consider in this tool that at or above 40 percentile is basically on level. That's what we're using as our cut point. So if you look at the last column, you can see early on in the year, our first indicator, where our students came in looking at K1 and 2. And then the chart below that is math. And you can also see there. Now, remembering, one of the things that we noticed right away is when the little ones came in, our kindergartners, that's the first time they're really, for the very first couple of weeks of school, they may have computers at home, but they're also now using, in some cases, mice for the first time. They're, and we'll talk a little bit how we're changing some of that up, but they had to have a lot of direction. It's a little bit frustrating and scary, but still, overall, you're talking about comparing to national percentiles in this case, and they scored pretty well.
Denise, real quick, and just this is, I know we're going to do a data presentation probably in January or February PM2, but I do want to make sure everyone's clear that We also have other data sources that we use. So because of that reason, so because we have kindergartners that may not have performed up to their ability based on whatever factors a computer test, we still have progress monitoring tool we use, still have an interim assessment. So they do triangulate all that data to make sure we make decisions. So it isn't just solely based on STAR or on FAST. So just want to make sure we're clear as we're going through the rest of the data.
Absolutely. And then in time, we'll have to look at those sources together and see how they support each other. If we go to the next slide, Christy and I thought it was valuable and also, well, that's the next one, sorry. This is our 310 data for ELA reading, and here we can compare it to the state right away. Now, before you were talking about national percentiles, here we can actually go and look at the state data and look how we compared to the state at this time period. So you can see with the mean scale score, and this is still on FSA scale, we're above the state at every grade level from 3 to 10 in reading and math. We're above the state in the beginning of the school year, percent achievement level 3 and above, in every grade level across in both subject areas. If you look down at it, we took a little bit closer look at that middle school information and thinking about that quite a bit. If you remember that these middle schoolers, especially the 6th graders, 7th graders, were really the prime, they were the ones that are now testing on a computer. They didn't test on a computer before, but they were also in the transition years, and some years had, I would guess, modified instruction due to COVID. I mean, they were hit pretty hard. So when I look at this data, we were just talking about, those are the ones that went through those years, and although they're performing better than the state, saying nothing at that, at the first time period, first 30 days of school, that 6th grade population was probably in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade when we got most impacted by COVID. We have math. And similar here, we can go, because we're above the state in both mean scale score and in percent 3 and above. And we'll go next one. So this is actually Amy Beachy's slide that I stole. And but just to give a real visual about what people understand, that checkpoint 1 data that we're talking about right now is really early on. I think we started school on the 10th. By the 15th, the 30th, we began testing very early. So give you that, and in that respect, even though it was the test itself was probably much longer than we anticipated it being, we at least had a checkpoint going in. Now, we used to do that with iReady, and that's, of course, a wonderful tool as well. And there's other benchmark data, but to have the similar type of test look and feel that you'll have at the end of the year is a good thing. The issue was length of time. Well, we're right now testing for time period 2, and when we come back, we'll do K2 in 9 and 10 after the holiday break, and then we'll have, of course, our end-of-the-year test. A few of the things I want to say that has been a little bit different. Usually when we were doing the FSA or the FCAP before that, we had pretty much all the specs in place before we started. So all the technical specs were in place. The length of time was really known. This time we didn't know the length of time. And so one of the, and you'll see when Christy talks, one of the biggest, I think, challenges for schools was that children sometimes didn't finish. And they kept going, and even often our high achievers, because it's adaptive and they're doing well, begin to face some challenges when they're taking the test. So they don't want to stop. They want to keep going. But it'll go on forever. So you've got, it's that communication to everybody that this is an adaptive test, that it's really, we're just starting to see. You probably haven't seen this instruction before. Most definitely haven't seen it. So the fact that you're being stumped, it's okay. It's really a progress monitoring tool. But because it feels so much like a standardized test, which it is, that's some of the things that communication piece out there, especially to parents. So if we go the next slide, another communication piece about this, and Kelly and I have talked quite a bit about this, and Christy and everyone, is that really asking people to understand what it means when your child is not at the highest percentile at that time period, okay? Because whenever else they've seen percentile, it's like based on a national test that was given at the end of the year. That's not the case here. So this is, the last column is our data, but this is just so people would understand. So we call it the conversion table. And I know that Amy's experienced conversation at the schools quite a bit about this to make them understand. So if a child at grade 3 was level 3 and above, they would have had to have a scale score of 300, which would mean they would be in the 78th percentile for that time period, right? 32% of our students were. But it's more likely that they weren't. Right? So we just have to make sure that folks understand that, and the other thing about these percentiles is they're changing as kids are taking the test, right? Because we have more kids being fed into the pot. So we really should look at them at the end, before we get too alarmed at things. Grade 4 ELA, so to have a scale score, you would have had to have a 311 and be at the 68th percentile. And really proudly, 42% of our students were. That's pretty impressive. And then on down the line. So this is something that we're trying to communicate out, not to make it more difficult, but just so we don't have misunderstandings, because some of our teachers have challenged students when they log in, and it can be pretty depressing. Oh, my kids only did at this percentile, but they really have to understand what they're looking at, and we're teaching that, and I think curriculum's really helpful in teaching everybody these kind of concepts, because it's a little different. They'll get there. It's not very detailed, and they will be longitudinal. I remember in the old days, the FCAT was like that too, but these are detailed. They talk to parents about, so it makes for hopefully better conversations between teachers and parents, and parents are aware pretty early about how their students are performing, and I know that there's a lot of conversation about how parents, and those meetings, about how parents can help their children at home. So that kind of feedback, I think that the state really did a nice job with the reports. For our feedback, in terms of those two sides to this, it's the whole scoring and instructional piece, but there's also all the IT, hardware, software piece to make sure this runs smoothly. So right after even testing wasn't even complete, we know that just like we wanted to do with Schoology, the same thing here. We went out to find out how did it go, what did it look like, what were the challenges, because the schools are always, they're dynamic entities. So you have schools that are under construction, you have schools with less labs, you have schools with more labs, and comes down to time and space, real physical kind of qualities. So we wanted to make sure, and I don't know how Christy does it, but she's like maps of these schools in her head. Helps that she's married to Todd, who is also there helping us. So Christy makes sure we all are on the same place. Todd understands all, and we had others on the group that, Jeff and Jeanette Pfeiffer, Joe was there, just meeting and having conversations how to solve problems. So that was helpful, and this is transition to Christy on, so what did we learn and what can we do to make it better?
So we start out the school year, and I described to many that going into fast testing was kind of like the perfect storm. We had to start school. We were getting memos from DOE that we thought something was going to happen, and then we turned around, got a memo from them, and it was going to be different. And we were starting testing in a couple days. So it was a perfect storm. We had to start in 2 weeks into the school year. We had test coordinators who fill other roles at the school. They're also assistant principals, master schedulers, so they were trying to do those tasks, while at the same time trying to administer a secure test. And then we had students, we had test administrators who had never been exposed to computer-based testing before. So with all of that, we had to jump in, we had to give the assessment, and we didn't know what we didn't know until we completed PM1. So after it was completed, that's when we decided it would be best to spend some time to meet with all of the schools and really get their feedback on how did it work and what can we do to make this better. So I believe since the end of October, we met with specifically 37 different schools. We met with them individually, elementary, middle, and high school. We talked about what went well during PM1 because there were some positives, a few things. And then we talked about some ways we could improve for PM2 specifically. And I'm sorry, I forgot to, I'm talking and not paying attention. And then we talked about how we could improve those for PM2. So on a positive note, we did get it done. You just saw the data. So each school was able to overcome their challenges, and every school had unique challenges. And that's why we really wanted to meet with them individually and decide how can we get this to work at your school to eliminate as much disruption as possible to the instructional time. Oh, I'm not done with that one, sorry. All the staff were trained. Both IT and the assessment department were complimented. I hate to say that because I'm in there, but IT was as well. So there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle to make this work. And then at PM1, state statute says that we must send the parent reports out within 10 days of the students taking the assessment. This placed an additional burden onto the school because there was no electronic way for parents to get those reports, so they all had to be printed in ELA and math and then sent home within the 10 days from the time the student took the assessment. So the schools had to keep track of when the student took the assessment and then send the report home within that time period. So we wanted to make sure we fulfilled that statute. So they did do that, and I'm going to talk to you about how we're going to improve that in PM2. Some challenges that we had, schools were all over the place. So middle and high school have been computer-based testing for years, but elementary, probably 5 years, 6 years ago, they were computer-based, then they went to paper-based, and at the same time, many of them got rid of their computer labs. So we spent most of the summer ensuring that we had at least one lab to test with at all of the elementary schools. So we had a different number of labs, of course, different number of students. As we go into middle and high, the schools are much larger, and different experience of the staff and students. Again, at the elementary level, they didn't remember how to run a computer-based test, or for the students, they never have taken a computer-based test. So those were all unique challenges depending on the school. Same thing with physical space. We had elementary schools that were able to have one lab. We have elementary schools with 5 labs. So you can imagine how much different the administration would be between those 2 different schools. And then some have more staff that they can use for proctors, while others are on a skeleton crew. Testing small groups and makeups also took a long time. So discussing those challenges for each school in these meetings, we were able to come up with ways to make PM2 run smoothly, hopefully get 1 grade level per subject tested in a day. So instead of spending 3 weeks of testing, we were able to get it mostly done. Hopefully by tomorrow, by the end of this week, we should be done within 6 days based on these individual meetings that we had with the schools. So
one of the things we were really challenged with is trying to, because they were really working hard on trying to make sure everybody, and remember, all the accommodations have to be met and so forth. So with limited space, because they haven't tested on computers in so long, they'd forgotten some basic kind of tricks of the trade, I guess, like you were saying. So we could use certain areas of the school, even, the principal's conference rooms, we kind of sequestered, just to, as an example. But and some of the administration is pretty young. They've never done this. They were in college last time we were doing this stuff. So we had to, and of course, I always say that they want to do the best to their ability. Nothing of this is they just didn't know what they didn't know. So, which was so important to go out and look at every space available out there and say, you know, we can use this, we can use that.
So, thank you. So, two of the, I guess, biggest challenges that we had in PM1, as Dr. Cantalupo stated, was the timing of it. So, when DOE gave us their guidance, they suggested 90 minutes maximum time, with 60 minutes was their recommended time. So we started out, based on past comments, that students would finish the test and be sitting there, and we couldn't dismiss them. So we went with the state's recommendation of 60 minutes. And this is where I say I can't win, because that was wrong this time. They could not, there was no way, they weren't even finishing in the 90 minutes. And unfortunately, the platform didn't even submit for the students, so the parents, we couldn't see their results until the end of the window. So the time limit was a real problem. As a matter of fact, the first few days in the test window, we had to switch, and all of a sudden, schools now tested with 90 minutes. So they had to adjust all their scheduling, so that was, you know, a crazy time too during PM1. But
when we say the time limit, I mean, it's in the scripts.
yes.
So just so these teachers are now told one thing, and that's right in the script, and it's all of a sudden the state comes out with something. But, you know, in forgiveness of the state, they didn't know either. So we had to change midstream.
Yep, the scripts were confusing. They would tell the students, you have 10 minutes left to take the test, when really they had 90 minutes, but we were using 60 minutes. So it was just, again, we didn't know what we didn't know until we actually administered the test. So quickly, a few days into the administration, we pivoted to the 90 minutes, and schools had to adjust their scheduling for that. So some changes that we made, we started PM2 last week. The winter window, or the PM2 window, is much tighter. We didn't have as much time. We have 2.5 weeks prior to winter break. And again, these are designated by the state. And then after winter break, we have January 9th through the 27th. So right now we are testing grades 3 through 8. And then after winter break, we'll pick up and do K through 2, and then grades 9 and 10. So some of the challenges that we faced in PM1, again, the students didn't finish, particularly in the younger grades. So we've been working with them since PM1 to develop some test-taking strategies, as Dr. Cantalupo said, we're going to be providing some touch screen monitors. We won't have them for PM2, but for PM3, because we realized these students are coming in and they're not used to using a mouse. And in 2 weeks of time, we couldn't even give them enough practice to use the mouse. So those have been worked on between PM1 and PM2 afternoon. So they're able to get their grade levels done in a day. The length of the test, this time we also had a last-minute DOE memo that came out after PM1, and I'd already trained for PM2. The next day I had a memo that the timing was going to change a little bit again. So this time they suggested up to, they looked at the average timing, and I'm just going to use ELA for an example. It was 75 minutes is what the state recommended. Well, at that point, I'd already trained all the test coordinators to give the 90 minutes based on PM1. However, I did send our plan up to DOE. They approved it. And so we went ahead and moved forward with allowing 90 minutes, and much clearer this time, providing a break for the younger students and those kinds of things. So I have not heard any complaints so far about the scripts. The printing of the reports for the parents, we were able to use our family portal with our SCS and feed directly now into the DOE's family portal. So parents can log into our family portal. There's a link, and they'll be able to go right in 1 to 2 days after the student takes their test and see their report. So we were able to relieve that burden from the schools as well.
And can I just give a huge shout out to that? I don't think people understand how much time it took to print every single report and now to be able to get feedback, and they went to 30-something schools to actually, when we shared that with principals, I mean, there was a round of applause. Think about it. Now, when it is done, it's submitted, we can still go review, but then parents on their own can go right into their portals, which also then starts to force parents to make sure you are signed up for the portal, right? So that you can see those reports. So I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, Chrissy, so I appreciate that.
Yes, that was definitely a goal of mine. I knew how large of a burden that was for the schools. So they are, the portal, the DOE portal was a little behind on that too. We received that memo yesterday. So, but that opens this week. So the parents were still within the 10-day statute of them. Once they start that feed on the 15th, then it's immediate once the students take the test. So, and then finally we did, of course, with any new platform that we start, there are going to be issues that we have to work through. So as we encounter those issues, we always share that information with the assessment department and DOE, and they're working those out, and that's what we're working through as we go through the test window. So that's where we are right now with PM2, and so far it's much better than PM1.
So looking at, but so far, I don't even like to say this, but so far it's been a little quiet. So we know that they're going through the test and they're not having as many challenges. So that's good news. For PM2, those results we'll get the final results at the end of testing, obviously. But once that comes, we'll be able, because I said those reports were pretty robust, they're going to show the growth from 1 to 2. So parents can see that right away, teachers, schools, all of us. So we'll be able to come back at that time and then report what the growth looks like. And they have pretty nice growth reports that we'll get into and share with you all.
Thank you very much.
So we have,
Okay, keep going.
Yeah, so just a few more slides. And we added this in, even though we know we don't have PM2 data and we will have a separate presentation to really go through, we at least wanted to acknowledge from August when they took the test around September that there have been things that schools have been doing, right? Working and problem solving. So Kelly, Catherine, and Sue are going to go just briefly through elementary, middle, and high to at least give you an idea of what's been going on in between the time as they're working through PM2 as well.
You may not have these 4 slides. There are 2 for elementary, 1 for middle, and 1 for high, but they're really the same slides we presented at the beginning of the year, because it's about our response, our strategic problem solving around the data. And so the work is just continuing, but we'll again look at this PM2 data and go back and revisit. But a lot of these things that are on this elementary slide here are about evidence-based and data-based problem solving and being responsive to that data. So for elementary, in the overall section, we talked about our intensive support. That's really our district support teams that we've designed for each of our 6 schools that earned a C. So they're getting content area specialist support there. But we have targeted and general support for all of our schools. You'll see across the different content areas the specific programs that are in place and have been in place since the beginning of the year, many of them grant funded around ELA, math, and science. But some of the common pieces along talk about that evidence-based problem solving that will inform our professional learning. So what professional learning or professional development is happening for our teachers is based on the data. The other common pieces are about using the data and having data discussions around this PM1 data from FAST, but also the regular progress monitoring data that we have. And for science, like the benchmark and inventory assessments at 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and the other assessment pieces that we have, looking at where the kids are right now, because the FSA data was last spring. We had that, we used that. Then we have PM1. We have PM2 coming up, but in between we have other checkpoints that we're looking at and using and working with teachers. A lot of the conversations that are happening, the ongoing responsive data support with administrators and instructional facilitators, that's ongoing at our principals meetings, our cluster meetings with our instructional facilitators, professional learning, and as our district team is going out to meet with teacher collaborative teams as they look at their data. How are they responding to it? How are they understanding it? For example, when Denise talked about those percentile ranks, especially for 3rd through 5th grade, when teachers saw a lot of their students in the red, there was a big panic. So we had to explain to them that that's an end of the year assessment, and the percentile rank was at 78th percentile to be at the 3 and above. Well, it's an end of the year assessment. They hadn't had that content yet. So frankly, the kids who did get it, what are we doing for them to stretch them? So it was just helping them understand that data and not overreact or misreact or whatever to that. But we can answer more questions about those specific things. The next slide is also, we shared with you at the beginning of the year, really that specific targeted support for third grade and second grade too. We've revised the decision trees so they have the phonics piece in. There's a quick phonics assessment that we're having schools administer to any second or third grader who aren't at grade level, so they know exactly which way to target the instruction. There's just extra supports at second and third that our district team is providing to our schools and our teachers.
So to follow up with middle school, our chart really shows that we're staying focused, very intentional in our work at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. So what's happening with core instruction, making sure that we're having the most highly successful Tier 1 instruction possible to meet the needs of all learners. When those students don't get something, they're missing a piece, we provide that Tier 2 instruction and ultimately Tier 3 when necessary. I want to also say, I totally agree with what Brandon says. This first FAST data was one data point. We look on a daily basis. It's what's happening in every classroom with formative assessment daily, those summative common assessments that are happening, and then also iReady is still an extremely valuable tool for us. iReady is not just within the grade band. It goes below the grade band as well as above the grade band. So it really helps to diagnose the specific needs and personalize that learning for each student, as well as having the tools for instruction in which our teachers can look at those reports by standard and know which students need that extra support, and here's the tools to help support that.
So just like you've heard at middle and elementary, the slide you see in front of you now is the same slide we shared with you in September. Gives you an overview of what we are doing at the high school level. And I want to point out the data analysis and planning for response that's listed on there under ELA and math. That's something new that we did this year. In the past, we've done data digs with our different stakeholders, but this year we asked all stakeholders at the school site who might be involved with those students to be included in the training. So we had liaisons, ESOL and ESE liaisons, in some cases behavior specialists, and our teachers and our administrators sitting in the room going through the new data as well as their Achieve 3000, and in some cases looking back at IEPs to see, are we creating the most targeted response for these students? We are getting ready to do a round 2 of that. It'll start again in February because we'll have the new results from FAST as well as our mid-year Lexile report, our mid-year level set, which is a Lexile score. It'll also be a chance for us to look at grades, which can be subjective, but it kind of creates a whole picture of the students and it will allow those teams to create some targeted responses. I also want to point out, just because it's happening today, in the overall section, it mentions the new teacher training. We, over in Blue 221, we have a group of new high school teachers over there that are training. They're digging into Domain 1, which is classroom environment and classroom management. So if you have time on your break, you can go over and say hello. It is our second session from session 1, which we had to reschedule due to the hurricane. So they are there, and that is something we did new this year at all of our levels in order to onboard our teachers in a new and better, we hope, better way. So thank you.
So that concludes our part, and if you have any feedback or questions.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off early. I didn't realize, I thought I went through the packet, so thank you for summarizing. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. Lots of information. Really appreciate the presentation. I look at what I'm hearing is that there has been opportunity to give feedback to Department of Education as this unfolds, and that feedback is satisfactory, where you're able to, because if it isn't, as a board member, I would like to know, to be an advocate. So this is a win-win for everyone, and I'm not asking for that right now, but feel free to send an email, because I think that's important for everyone to be a winner at this ability to progress monitor, that I or we as board members or a board can also provide feedback that could bring forth positives. Secondly, when I look at the challenges of which Mrs. Meckler and Dr. Cantalupo, you were part of, when we went to complete middle school online assessment, it was challenging, and we learned a lot, and I'm glad to see that you have looked at that history. One of the pieces was, what were we doing with technology devices and how were they laid out? And in the future, not right now, I would be interested in what was that deliberation and why were those results arrived at. Because what came to mind across middle schools as we implemented the online assessment with the Florida State assessments, were we assessing technology skills, or were we assessing academic progress, performance, knowing what to do and how to show the standards? That was monumental. As a result of that, the grand piece of working with the Gulf Coast Community Foundation and the Bransig Foundation and the technology infusion into the content areas was I like win-wins, you'll hear me say that a lot, was a great positive because of the technology skills and our standards, and infusing and integrating those in the classroom. By nature, those win-win skills in any career, in any classroom, in any learning environment are a positive, and you have the utmost technology skills, use a device to show what you've actually learned, and instead of separating it all out, and those are just pieces that, not today, but it was interesting to listen to the conversation because it's challenges that we, Dr. Cantalupo and Mr. Dumas and Mr. Binswanger, we had to conquer those because we were fully implementing online assessment. But those are pieces I would be interested in. Where are we going with tech skills in elementary school? I know at one point Philippi Shores was fully implementing technology laptops to incorporate in learning. So I think we're at a turning point of, have you had those conversations? Are you having them, and does it change any of our plans? Thank you.
And we will let you know about feedback to DOE.
Absolutely, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. Couple of observations and questions that I have. I looked at when the percentages of percentile, and thank you for explaining that. But 8th grade was consistently low. Why? Do you have a guess on that?
Yes, mathematics.
Both.
Mathematics is because most of those children are a great deal, Sue would be able to give you the percentage, are testing in algebra and geometry, so they're pulled out of this. So when we look at mathematics, on whether it was the FCAT FSA or now here in FAST, we know that most of these students are not in algebra and geometry, which means we're taking off the high performers to begin with.
Okay, but the state also was low.
They're doing that most all over the state.
Okay. Here's a nonsense question. The touch screens, were those budgeted? And
with ESSER dollars, and I'm trying to remember, I think it was ESSER 2, there was a technology component that had to be used for technology. So we were buying laptops with those, but we just recently, after we started doing all of these things, wanted to make sure that at least K was able, and if it's K, it'll be for the others that need it as well, had the opportunity to do touchscreen. Now, we did have touchscreen in many schools, but Todd did an inventory of anybody that didn't have that, and so now we're purchasing those for PM3. So we kind of redirected the money to make sure we met that need.
if that makes it better, for the student and for the process, I'm all for it. But the same way I found that 67 counties were experiencing bus driver problems, that's a Tallahassee problem, and now we're being forced into buying new technology to make it better for students. Shouldn't that come from Tallahassee? That's a question that I would ask myself and my fellow board members to perhaps, say we need more bucks for that kind of thing. Next question. Let me just go here. I get frustrated, is the best way I can say this, with the Department of Education, because the same way that legislature passes a law, gives it to Department of Education is expecting the school district to act on that new legislation, but there's no guidance from the Department of Education, so then everyone's hair is on fire and people get blamed. So that happens often. Now we have a change in what's going on for the students and how we test. Was the timing of that really a good idea after 2 years of COVID? I'm not so sure it was. And I'm not an educator, but I'm just making that observation. But then it comes down that we have to do this, and then there's no guidance from the Department of Education on how to do it. One of our key employees who has to interpret it ahead of time, hope for the best, and then analyze it. Just think of all of the stress and time and money and effort that goes into that. And lastly, and here's where it breaks my heart. When you talk to me about the stress level of the student, the actual student who's taking that test, can you imagine how frustrating it was for a young child who did not know how to use a mouse? I can't, and they're testing, the stress that just comes with a test, and then the students that don't understand that just because they couldn't answer a question, it wasn't their fault because they never had the instruction. Think about the stress that went on. And that's the Department of Education that should be watching out for our students. And that's I have to say that so that the public gets what happens here is not because the board didn't get it or the superintendent couldn't do it, but the legislature makes and then passes it down, and it rolls right down to a student who had a freak out.
I will say, when we went from the FSA or the FCAT to the FSA, of course, we had a year to prepare because you're going through the whole year. So think about the legislation was passed in the spring, then it's handed off to DOE, and DOE is now scrambling and having to go out for bid for platforms. So there was a lot to this. So by the time we didn't really hear anything official, I will say probably till late July, early August, where we were starting to get trained. That's us. And Kelly was there, and Brandon was there.
Okay.
Well, so it was late, yes.
So aside from that frustration, I have one last question, a real question. I saw that you had that one slide where there was an assessment made and where they were, and you shared it with math and reading. I think it was K through 3, K through 2. It was a really good slide that assessed where each of the students were. And I like all of those, that slide was important to me, but is that exactly, targeted support? How'd I do? I wrote down the word targeted support. Is that where our PLC trainings come into play, that when we look at that K through 2, or we look at those assessments across the board, that we begin to apply those PLC trainings so that the student gets the exact enhancements that they need?
I would say yes. I'll let Kelly talk to that. But one of the things that is so hand in hand with the PLC concept and review is reviewing data. So getting as much data that is useful in a very pictorial format that really helps with the benchmark data that they're doing and also the state data. But you can
I was just
answer
going to say that is the work of a professional learning community, that a community of professionals get together, they learn about what the standards are the students need to reach, they learn about the data, they analyze the data, they look at it, and then they collaboratively figure out what is the best target, what is the best way to respond, what are the resources we need to use so that it's really aligned support for those students. So that is the work of those collaborative teams.
Thank you. To dovetail on what Mrs. Rose said earlier, that's a return on investment. That is what we want to tell the community, that we invested in this PLC training. Coincidentally, it matches where we are today, and this is how we're going to execute to that plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Marinelli.
I don't expect an answer now, but I was listening to presentations earlier, and all of you at the table, we worked together on the multi-tier system of support, and it seems like so much now goes through the multi-tiered level of support. So a couple of things. How bogged down is that system becoming for staff and for kids? And for the students that really just take so much longer to grasp that concept, what is being done with them? Not our, we'll talk about ESE or ESOL, but those kids that just take longer, what is being done for them? So those are two things at some point I'd like to talk about.
Sure. I mean, quickly now, I can say that we've been doing a lot of work on that multi-tiered system of support is for all students. It's not a pathway to ESE. So a lot of students need that differentiated instruction and those different approaches. But it's not, the multi-tiered system of support does not equal the process to staff a student who needs that level of support, but that even ESE students also are in that multi-tiered system of support because they need the most intensive problem solving and support that comes with. So we've been just doing a lot of work on that, just understanding that it's not a pathway to ESE. So again, these different tiers, you see these different tiers of support go hand in hand with reaching all of our students, no matter where they are, and helping our students reach them in different ways. And again, we can talk more
Yeah,
about that.
and just real quickly, to piggyback, part of the conversation we had at clusters, so you guys know we do our North, Mid, and South, was not letting paperwork be a barrier. So the reality is the multi-tier system of support is more or less, if we see a need with a student, then address it. Do not let it be that you believe that this paperwork and this piece and on are the reason why you don't address it. The second piece I would add on would be the PLC process itself. The whole goal of the meeting is to have that discussion about students who aren't getting what they need. It doesn't mean that they're ESE, ESOL, whatever the case may be. It's as a group of teachers looking at all this data and our expertise, how can we address 12 different students, let's be very fair, across 5 different classes? Right, so that may have the same exact skill deficit. When we actually meet those needs, it becomes a lot easier for teachers, and we actually meet the needs of students. That's been the process working through. Some teams a lot better than others right now, but remember, we're still working through. But I've been impressed. We were just at Venice Elementary the other day and did walkthroughs, and one of their teams showed us how they were doing exactly that. So we do see places where it's working well, but to be fair, we also see places where we have a lot of room to grow, but we're going to get there.
And I can add from the high school level that this conversation with PLC has really opened up our eyes to the fact that we really do need discussions about good quality tier 1 instruction so that we can make instructional decisions to support tier 2 students. And when a student does move down to tier 3, we know exactly the pathway to help them get back on track. Like Kelly said, it's not something that's an end result. It's a process that continues to move forward.
And Robin, I think I know what you're referring to when we talk about the paperwork and so forth with that. One of the things when I talked about earlier about looking at multiple systems and trying to integrate them, we do know that we'll be looking at MTSS platforms, Deb's crew and this crew, and we're trying to investigate that right now to see if that's the direction that the board would wish to go in and then instructors want to go through.
Thank you. I'm glad we added more time to this one because I was like, no way are we going to cover this, and this is the first time we've gone through it. So I remember when we went from FCAT, I was a new board member, FCAT to FSA, and it was new, very new to me, but certainly a lot of similarities in the change, and I have to commend you guys for diving in, pivoting, being perseverant, that being able, open and honest about the frustrations of it. I think to myself, my concerns, but I want to make sure that, I think the goal, I believe the goal is certainly was moving from getting away from the high standardized testing to progress monitoring was to find a way to get rid of the high stress. However, that does not, and this is just a high level review, is that really actually occurring? Is it because we have them, and is it because of the time frames that we have requirements to do? Is it because of the technology piece, which what you brought up, which is a huge part, and I'll go to that in a second. But I believe that the intent and what I think, I believe that I'm glad there's communication between DOE and anything that, again, to Mrs. Rose's point, please give that to us as well to be your advocate and champion that however we can improve upon it, because I believe that it is how can we assess in a way that's meaningful to guide instruction to for the as we mentioned here, which you guys are doing already, but also how that transfers over to the state to evaluate it so that it's not this huge whatever. When I hear testing, and I just cringe. Even when we go around. And it's not on you guys. It's just that we have it's a lot of logistics. You mentioned that. And so when you hear we're in testing, it's just I remember when this legislation passed, I'm like, no more testing season. No, well, but that's not really the case. So when I go back and I think about that is, how do we, and I think there's a bit of learning from our standpoint too, is that it's not the end result, it's guiding instruction. I think, but is that really working? And I think that it remains to be seen. But I believe that as your board, we are just as much an advocate from you guys up to Tallahassee to say, I think we understand where we're going, but on the ground level, this is what we're seeing. So what flexibility would make sense, whether it comes to logistics, the centers that you were talking about, just the actual spatial aspect of it, to Mr. Edwards' point, when we talk about technology, or the learning curve that our younger kiddos in particular need. I know that with the FSA, if you remember, they were all digital. We had the exact same problem. And I remember advocating for, which I'm sure people in here will be mad at me, so I apologize, but full transparency was to go to Scantron, back to that, so that you were actually testing on the content knowledge, not their ability to use a device. And then remembering that created a whole heck of a lot of problems because you had thousands of sheets of paper. So it's always like you try to fix one problem, you plug one hole, and then another, a spout comes out the other end. So in my mind, when I look at this, is having a lot of perseverance of how do we achieve the goal that we're really trying to do, and making sure that we're having that communication. And if it means more funding because, hey, this is what it is, but it's actually achieving that, then I think you guys have the expert knowledge to share that to us and give us that feedback so that we can achieve that. I think that, the part that I look at it from, especially, again, I always tend to, until my child is into middle school, and they're not there yet, and I'm not trying to fast track that, but is that I look at it as an elementary mom, and I don't want to see, my goal is to not have children in front of being tested all the time, in front of a computer all the time, and allowing teachers to teach because that's what they got into this for. And so when I think about progress monitoring, is this helping our educators? Is it helping them, or is it taking up so much time? Because then maybe we need to do some tweaking. And again, we don't have the final say on that, but we can certainly be that voice. And the final part is, when you think about, you mentioned iReady, and so my understanding is, so now we still use iReady, but we also have this on top of that. And I know that the vendor selection, and I agree, because it was like, okay, now we're going to this, but who are we going to use? And so that created some challenges, but I see this as an opportunity to, as much as I can say, as I really want to see that feedback come back, and the grace certainly be indicated to our staff that we understand that. And I just don't want that. And I know it's easier said than done, but I truly mean that, as far as when they're in that and trying to navigate it, whatever information and feedback you guys can give us so that we can help improve that. Because again, I think the intent is well intended. It's just how do we get there? And no one's going to be able to tell us better than the people who are doing it right there from the get-go. So if it comes down to, does iReady make more sense as a replacement because they're already doing it and it's guiding instruction? Is that something that would make sense? There's a couple different components about, and Denise, you probably understand as far as the data that they're trying to gather. Does that serve as a supplement or not, or do we just need to get through the learning pains of a new system? So that's all as we move forward. I think that's my goal as a board, and I hope that we can move through that. But I don't diminish the learning pains, and I just again remember the aspect of. When there's a change and then you go to another change. And so before those happen, getting feedback from you guys of saying, like the paper Scantron, I'll use that as an example of thinking, hey, that's a great aspect, but then it created a lot of headaches. So any feedback that you guys can provide that we ultimately just help the learning environment so we can move our students forward. So I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you for everything. One of the things that, when we went out to these meetings, the first discussion line was that we want to preserve the integrity of instruction. We don't want this to be an interference. So with that in mind, I think we're all on the same page that we're trying to do that. So any further decision-making based on what results we get and how useful they were, we'll come back again. Okay.
Thank you so much. And I see no more comments. Let me get back to my schedule here. We have 2 more and then board comments. So, and I'm trying to go, I know we have a 6 o'clock meeting. So I was going, and I'll defer to board members, but the next, the duration, the 2, 3, all the rest that we have really don't require any staff. Well, no, I'm just joking. We'll do committee discussion first. And then after that, I don't know if you guys want to keep rolling through it or take a break for lunch. I just don't know how hungry people are. So before, does this board member, do you want to just roll through until we're done? Or do you guys want to break for lunch and then come back? I prefer rolling through. Everyone else cool with that? I just didn't want anyone passing out and getting hungry. Okay, so next we have committee discussion. Dr. Aspin and I had spoken about this, and I know that this has come up when we talked about policy, and even when we talk about even instructional material, that there's just a litany of committees. So before we talk about what direction and what role the board plays or what changes we want to make, I think it made sense to highlight what we currently have in the district so that we don't know what we don't know. And if we don't have the ability to guide through that, then it's hard to make some decisions. So Dr. Aspin, I don't know if you wanted to talk through that since a lot of this is at the district level, and then we can talk through where, if at all, in different policies or any insight board members have on strengthening some of that language so there's clarity and to improve the purpose of each committee. And some are work groups, some are committees. So Dr. Aspin, do you have any comments?
Yes, so if you recall, back when we had the 3 openings for the Financial Advisory Committee, I think you'll recall that, and that was a conversation that we decided to kind of put off for a little bit until we could talk about committees, but that's exactly what we need to figure out here. We just want to know the direction that you want to go as a board when there are community members that need to be assigned to a committee. And also realizing too that those committees need to be advertised and are open to the public when they meet and so on and so forth. But what I gathered was you didn't want just the chair of that particular committee to fill those seats or have the superintendent just choose people. We really need to include board members in that activity so that you can let us know how we're going to go about doing that. And you're right, there's many different committees that we could utilize that particular process with, including the audit committee, textbooks, book reviews, the calendar committee, for instance, that has parents on that. I know the LGBTQ guidelines was one that came up that, we pulled down for now, but, trying to create a committee to figure out what we want to do with that. Those would include community members, and hopefully we can have some sort of process that we could use for all those.
Thank you so much. So to board members, I'll open it up to questions that I want to start, or if there are any comments or questions. Again, this really does trickle through a lot of different aspects of policy. But then there's also, as was mentioned before this, I know we were talking about, there are things in statute like SDMT and SAC committees that are listed specifically in state statute. Then there's a big jump where and then there's a aspect of when you have a committee, I'll say if you're board sanctioned, when we think of this financial, what is it called? Thank you. The Financial Advisory Committee and then the Audit Committee, that's board sanctioned. And what that means is that individual board members are appointing someone, it's adopted, and by virtue of that, it's open to sunshine. In addition to that, any committee that may not be board sanctioned by appointment, and I will defer to council if I'm wrong here, but any committee that's bringing forward a recommendation that the board is going to be adopting pursuant to policy would then be open to the sunshine and be a quasi-government. I mean, they would be subject to sunshine.
Most times, yes. And really, the big decision point there is how much independence the board is retaining to ultimately make the decision versus just accepting whatever the committee does. If the board is just accepting what the committee does, those committee meetings should be held in the sunshine, open to the public, publicly noticed, room for people to attend and participate in those type of things. And the idea is, if the decision is being made at that committee level, to have transparency at that level. Obviously, in board meetings, you have transparency, but if it's just a rubber stamp for the board and really you're just deferring to the committee, then the transparency and the openness and the sunshine laws need to apply at those earlier stages.
Okay, wonderful. And the final piece that I have was, I know, again, when you look at the listing when we think about making up a committee, again, the audit committee is very specific in statute as far as having one particular CPA and then one individual board member having a minimal amount, and it's codified in law, whereas other ones don't. Do we want to get to that granular level or not? I mean, I welcome conversations from members of the board. The only part that I will say that I think is important is when we have different committees, always the goal is to have a diverse viewpoint. I certainly always come to the point of, I think we have members of staff. I know many members of staff are not only staff members, they're also parents. And I think that they serve a very valuable role from their multifaceted perspective. I also think it's important that we have members of the community and the public that are parents that aren't from the district, just to balance out some aspects. But it's not to diminish the parental perspective of members of staff, but it just is aspect to balance it. So before we move forward, or if there is any action items to move forward, are there any board members that have any questions, thoughts, want to see changes as we look and dive in? Because we have, again, committees are involved in many policies. So that's what I wanted to open this up before we go into any more. And I'm not seeing any comments, so. Oh, okay. Mrs. Rose and then Mr. Edwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. My priority is that wherever we arrive collectively, that it is very clear and transparent to the community what the process is, how it unfolds, the criteria, so forth and so on, so that there are no questions or confusion about public meetings, public comments, et cetera, et cetera. Wherever we arrive, that we have it in a very visible place on our webpage, et cetera.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
I quickly was making notes of all the committees that we have. I think it would be helpful if we had a list of all the committees that we have and a process by which those members have been selected in the past, see if there's best practices that we'd want to apply, and then and any openings that are available on the committees, so that we can make a collaborative consensus decision and a valid discussion.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I know that I mentioned that at agenda review, and I'm sorry if I missed if that was sent over by staff. If not, because I did say the exact same thing of, we don't know what we don't know if we can't look at what we have, and some really don't necessarily warrant the board to weigh in, or unless it's just a structural standpoint. So I will request if the superintendent can make sure that gets over to the board, and we will review that and then punt it to the next meeting to take a deeper dive, as well as any additional comments that are made today. Mrs. Marinelli.
I agree with what Mr. Edwards said, because I don't know what all committees are there. And then also, what is statutory and what are we doing as a district? And do we need to really do those? To really take a look at review what we need to do and what we don't, because that just places a lot of extra work on our staff. So thank you.
I agree. And I think color-coded, but also I think that almost from an organizational standpoint of, is it central office, is it board-related, or is it down at the school-based level? Again, to optimize time. I don't want to require a lot of work, but if we're going to dive in and figure out the best way to structure it, that way we have all the information at that time. Are there any other comments?
May I?
Yes, of course.
Which goes back to where I started, knowing what we have, what all those roles are, departmentally and et cetera. It actually ended where I started.
Perfect. Anyone else? So we're clear? Is that all right? Very good. Moving on to the next one is board meeting dates. Again, we adopted this at the organizational meeting, which is required by statute. I wanted to bring forward the opportunity, just in general, as we had our workshop today, looking forward, if you guys are acceptable or fine with the one workshop a month as needed, well, certainly minimal, and then two board meetings currently. The other thing I wanted to put forward was a board retreat in January, and I want to make it a consistent process. It could be January or December. We're already through December for the future year. I just want to use that as an opportunity for the board to get out of the chambers. It will be open to the public, of course. There would be no voting action items, but it's a great opportunity and a best practice when you think of governance to talk about the priorities moving into the future year, hearing from each board members, and it's certainly a great opportunity with new members of the board. Just to utilize that. So if that's something the board would be interested in, I would be looking at dates in January to hold a retreat. And then also, as was mentioned actually previously, but wanted to recommend doing quarterly town halls in various areas of the county with the entire board, should they like to participate. It's a listening session. It's not an action item, but they would also need to be noticed. Just again, an opportunity to hear from the public in a different setting outside of the chambers. I'll open it up to any other comments or thoughts as it pertains to the schedule or how we break out our school board meetings and workshops. Any comments or thoughts? Mr. Enos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with that. I think absolutely. I think that with both of the things that you said in regarding to the retreat in January, I think that would be super beneficial, as well as getting to the committees, but also with the town halls. It's all about public input, making sure that that I think that those are going to be beneficial for the board. So I concur with as you're moving forward to make sure that we hopefully we can go down that path.
Wonderful. Thank you. Dr. Asplin?
Yes, don't know if you want to discuss this or not. I know that in agenda review, you had mentioned the meeting dates to the cabinet. And at the last cabinet meeting we met, we talked through that. And the cabinet came to a consensus that if it's possible, and again, it's completely up to the board. We don't want to tell the board what to do here. But if it's possible, having 2 board meetings a month, which would be the first week or the first Tuesday and the third Tuesday, have the first Tuesday be at 3 p.m. and the third Tuesday be at 6 p.m. And on the 6 p.m. date, have the workshop day the same day. So then it's just 2 days actually a month. But with 6 p.m., that would allow a complete workshop to be addressed.
I personally love that. That's what we had before. Thank you. And thank you for reminding me, because I know it's been said before. There's a lot of work that staff does to present, but there's also a lot of work that they have to do on a regular basis. And so at their one point, we had multiple meetings. I think it was certainly during COVID and trying to work through that. But hope now that things seem to settle, during a agenda review, I had opened it up to cabinet to see what would make sense for them. We used to have meetings at 3 p.m. and 6 p.m., and it does afford members of the public. Some have different schedules of work schedules, et cetera. So it did allow, there are many people when we have a 6 p.m. meeting that can't attend. And so it's just an idea to bring that availability to as many people in the community. They certainly can always watch, and then we can talk about public comment in a moment. But I like that idea, meeting twice a month versus 3 times separately a month. And that was, and I didn't know that was going to be the response from cabinet, but I do share that. Do members of the board have any other preference or thoughts, concerns if we were to go to that? And I'm not going to do that now. I would have to get with Kathy to just rework that, and certainly, well, actually, it wouldn't be much change, but we would bring forward a amended schedule, putting the workshops on the same date as the third. Was it the third week of the month? Okay. Are there any thoughts on that? Any objections, concerns? No? Okay. All right. And then we can bring back a proposed schedule. Mr. Edwards?
Not for that schedule, but I have, I think it's, from my perspective, to just call town halls. I'd rather have a topic at a town hall so that it's focused, and I think it makes sense. And the same with the retreat. I think there should be a criteria of what we would, as a board, like to accomplish at a retreat. Why are we there?
Absolutely. So I would agree certainly on the town halls. And if we want to, my goal was to have placeholders for the public to see where we would be doing that when we put a schedule together also for staff. And certainly make them focused on specific issues. I know we mentioned before the financial, the budget would be one. I kind of have two philosophies on town halls. I think that especially if we're going around the county, sometimes keeping it too narrow, it's a great opportunity to hear from the public as well. And I don't want to diminish or minimize their opportunity to share any feedback or questions that they may have that may not be related to that topic. However, there is value in guiding and saying this would be a starting point, but I certainly don't want to cut off the opportunity to hear from them. So, but certainly if we can put at least one per quarter on the calendar, and as we move forward, certainly there are always current events which we can narrowly tailor or advertise it. That would certainly be something we are seeking input for, but would not make it specifically would not limit it to that kind of feedback. And then for a board retreat, the main goal is to reassess just the priorities of each board member as we move into that year. I think it's important that we have that opportunity to share through that, talk about things that we'd like to see, and certainly even different things they want to champion. And I think it allows us an opportunity to work better as a board together. I know that it's a best practice I see across in many places, not just school boards, but others. And I certainly believe that it could benefit us as well. Any other comments? Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Edwards?
A follow-up in the sense that just as what I heard, no, we're not going to have a specific town hall topic. And two, and I guess that's will lead me into my member comments, but I'm feeling a little unsubstantiated in my remarks.
Oh, how so?
Because you just said, no, we're not doing that. We're going to do it this way.
If you actually go back, I do not believe I said that. I was highlighting that I recognize it's valuable to narrowly tailor a topic, but when you're putting it out on the quarterly, it's an opportunity. I'm presenting it as one board member. It's an opportunity to hear from the community and putting them on the calendar on a quarterly basis so that we actually that we are able to execute on them. I think when you think about a town hall, it can be beneficial to highlight a topic that we'd like to address and hear feedback on, but I caution making it specifically only to that, because town halls by virtue are truly listening sessions. And if we're putting them on the calendar once a quarter, that there's nothing to prevent us saying, and on this date in January or whatever date it is, that we'd like to specifically talk about this, but we also can't forecast what's happening in the future. And they're just on the calendar. They're a great opportunity, again, to allow the board to speak and hear from the public. I don't want to, my personal opinion is that it shouldn't be specifically narrow to that, but there's nothing wrong with adding a specific topic of saying we would love to hear feedback on that, but that doesn't mean it's only feedback we want to hear. Is that clarify my point?
Yes, but the only place from my perspective is that doesn't, for me, make a change from public comments, which they have at every board meeting. And for me, it's really, if we're going to have a town hall, it's to enhance the community, to enhance the school district on a specific topic that people can bring their ideas and suggestions and take time and focus on that. And then the board can hear those great ideas and not have it diluted in other topics. So I'm still coming from the place for myself personally that having a specific topic, especially if we're going to do it 4 times a year, which I think is great. I'm not saying no town halls, but to make it more pinpoint, the staff can prepare, we can prepare. It's not all over the place, and that's, to me, just what public comments are for.
Duly noted. Thank you. Mr. Enos.
And what I would do is, and I'd agree with that. I think that ultimately, if you have some structure there, that it can ultimately go into some tentacles into other conversations. But ultimately, if the topic is to be there, that it gives it a little bit of direction into where we want to focus on. And I think that whether that could be the FAST, whether that could be safety and security, whether that could be, you can have it as a topic, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it won't go into another direction. I think that there's, I agree. I think you both were saying the same thing, is that I think that that's something that we can focus on and then use that ultimately to look at what it is, but also have interactions so it just doesn't turn into public comment. Because if it's just us listening to public comment, I would rather be able to answer, give our input, do things at those meetings in those kind of sessions. So
Yes, thank you. Agreed. So as we move forward, we can put proposed dates and proposed topics. So that is are there any other comments on this, on board meeting dates? So just to recap, we will bring forward, I'll have Kathy send over a proposed change to 2023 dates. If there are any other concerns or feedback, provide that so that we can bring that to the next meeting for adoption, and then put tentative dates for a January retreat that work for everybody, as well as some tentative dates for each quarter with town hall. And please, board members, bring forward recommendations of topics that we'd like to discuss. Are there any other comments on that? Okay, moving to the next one. I did something a little bit different as far as member comments. I wanted to ensure an opportunity at every board workshop and even moving forward to board meetings that each board member have an opportunity to, if they wanted to put something on there, want to give staff an opportunity to get a sense of what may or may not be discussed, if they need to weigh in or be aware of that. By no means are you required to bring anything forward. I just want to make sure that there's an even opportunity for each board member to bring forward issues. And that was that. That's why it's a little bit different of a structure. And so I'll start with Mr. Edwards, and you had foundations.
Okay, before I go to foundations, I'll just step ahead of that because when you said I wanted to do something different, I, as a board member, was not notified that you were doing something different, and so it just materialized. And I feel, as a board member, that I'm owed that opportunity to understand that you want to make a change and that this is how it will be moving forward. My topic of foundations was based upon Mrs. Marinelli said on the November 22nd board meeting, right after the motion of termination for Dr. Asplin, that she wanted to discuss the MOUs for foundations, and the conversation proceeded a little further along, and you, Mrs. Ziegler, agreed that it would be on today's workshop. And so when it wasn't on today's workshop, I followed a procedure that said in the past, when I wanted something on a workshop, that I would email the superintendent and the board chair. I double-checked with legal counsel, and they said, send it to Kathy and send it to the superintendent, which I did. And the next thing I know, it's published that I wanted to talk about foundations, and my question was, where was it when it was supposed to be on the December 13th workshop? So I'm asking about the foundations because I think the public and the foundations are ultra concerned based upon where we are today discussing the termination or resignation of the superintendent, and then where we immediately are going to discuss foundations. So that was really my question of why wasn't it on the agenda, and I was more asking that question and following procedure.
Well, thank you. So I noted that I was forwarded, I can't even remember who it was from, but asked about it. But because that was not my topic, I asked our executive assistant to touch base with the board member who had requested it. Because when it's on the workshop, if you don't have any directional aspect or the superintendent knowing what specifically is being asked upon, if any advanced work needs to be done or prep information. And my understanding was that Mrs. Marinelli wanted to hold off again. So that, I don't know how it came out of your name, and going back to the agenda, I'm sorry if it upsets you to give each board member an opportunity to speak. Truly, there's really formatting no difference outside of it adding assignments. Members' comments has always been there, but in the effort of a balanced and unifying board, wanted to have each member have an advanced opportunity to think anything that they wanted to bring forward so that their voices were always heard. That was the purpose of that. So, Mrs. Marinelli, I don't know, again.
Follow up, Mrs. Ziegler?
Very well, yeah.
I'm sorry if you perceive that I'm upset. I'm just trying to, and I specifically went back to the YouTube tape so that I could make sure I understood, no different than when when we had the meeting last week to say that I believe the topic was termination. I'm detail oriented in that regard. And so what Mrs. Marinelli asked for was an understanding of how the foundations are interacting with the school district and wanted to understand the MOUs and wanted that review. Your follow-up specifically said it will be on the agenda for December 13th. So I had a host of foundations asking me why it wasn't on the agenda. So I was just merely following procedure, and I'm not upset. And what I would suggest, and I do have it on member comments because I know we're allowed to do that, is I've asked for this before as a board member. We need a dashboard. I've asked for that as a board dashboard. And so when the board chair, who, by the way, today wrote down 2 or 3 things that need to go on a workshop, I don't know when specifically it was assigned, but it could be assigned to a dashboard so that we know it has to happen. No different than I took Bonnie's, Mrs. Penner's budget review, could go right on that dashboard. So what I'm really trying to get to is a more efficient way. And by the way, I'm not upset that you put it on and then that you published it. I'm just saying that if you are going to change procedure and you would like to, just bring it to a conversation, let us know that's what you're going to do, and I'm fine with it.
Mrs. Marinelli.
I'm not done, by the way.
Forgive me, I'm sorry. Mr. Edwards, you can finish up. I'm sorry, he said he was not done.
Okay. I was still in member comments, so I'm giving you my whole member comments. The other thing that I've had, I want to thank our administrators. We had a situation where 4 school board members were emailed about a particular topic, and the administrator that was involved in that included me in the response. And I appreciate that. That is a potential sunshine violation, and I appreciate our administrators covering for that and following through. So I don't feel that we should be putting that burden on our administrators, so I'm going to ask for an algorithm from IT that when 3 or 4 board members are emailed directly, that it automatically jumps over to all school board members so that all school board members see what that is and avoid the sunshine law. So that way it's not a burden to anyone. I think that's my 3 things. So it's the foundations, I explained myself. If you're going to make a change, just let me know. And 3, the algorithm to avoid sunshine and a dashboard. So those are the things I'm bringing forward.
Thank you very much. And just tailing off what you said, I agree. And I think this has been a practice. I know I certainly did this when I was chair before. And anyone who knows that or anyone we work with, I think they do this very well as far as administration. But anytime anything is released to one board member, that it's being released to all board members. The goal is that every single board member have the same information at the same time. If a constituent emails 1, 2, or 3 or 4, I believe that any kind of response or any kind of follow-up is that it includes the entire board. Again, this is equally across the board, so I appreciate those comments. Moving on to Mr. Enos.
Oh, thank you. So just a couple of things. So obviously, I apologize for the late. I sent everybody the policies that it would affect in regarding to, I'll just do the first one, just walking kids into class. So it's already policies that the district has already adopted, as well as the very last thing I put in there was the visitor management system guide. And I'm not sure if you guys have seen that or not seen it, but ultimately what I wanted to do is I've had a lot of community members talk to me in regarding to having parents be able to walk their kids into school. And I met with two ladies 2 weeks ago. I had a great conversation, and at the end of the day, it's the same thing, that they are looking for the same thing. It's an opportunity to, especially when we have issues that are traumatic, to be able to, especially our littlest kids, to be able to walk them in, to give them that extra support, to be able to get them to their classroom without being disruptive to the teacher or any of the staff. And with a basis of safety and security is that it definitely can be done. We would have to change, and I would make a presentation, unless, Madam Chair, I see you also have the same thing, is that I would be able to make a presentation per protocol for the next workshop to be able to put it for best practices. But ultimately what it would look like is that we would have basically a release that's saying that they're going to walk their kids to and from. We are able to change the system that currently we use for visitor management to be able to make an arrival or class arrival or student arrival decal, have that and laminated, put onto, so it'd be minimal staff that would have to be involved, be able to put that as a lanyard for identification, single point of entry. They're able to walk their child in, get to the class, turn around. But I think the benefits of that is to be able to see the teacher. So if you had a family pet that died or you had something, you could be able to talk to the teacher and say, this is why my student's there. Why they're acting that way. The other issue is that it always comes back, well, what's the safety protocol reference to sex offenders, sexual predators, which is your level 1 screening. So same as if you went to lunch and you wanted to eat with your child. The way that we have the system, which is through Raptor Technologies, that system can batch all of the people who would sign up, and we could do it on a weekly basis. The question then comes back, well, what happens if anything happened between the time that you did it to the time of the weekly basis? Well, the statute says is that the school districts have to be notified in reference to any sexual offender predator that moves within the district, as well as they have to be notified in case there are any arrests that happen to the district. And I know that our police department receive those alerts. They get them from the sheriff's office and other places. So if it ever came up, then obviously you could immediately take back their access to the school. So it definitely is something that can be done. It can be done safely. I think that also, you know, if a parent was in need of, or a teacher's in need of something for their classroom, having that face-to-face conversation, even if it's just a good morning, hello, you know, I mean, I walked my children in every day, including all the way through high school. No, I didn't. They wouldn't allow that. But at the end is when you walk them in, you get that face-to-face contact. You get to talk to them. You feel part of the community. It opens up for volunteerism. It opens up to be able to provide resources. It opens up a million things, and you still can do it within safety parameters that we already have in place. So ultimately, what happened is what I gave you is 3.242A would have to be looked at. 9.61 would look at what it is. It all says that they have to go to the office prior to coming into the school to receive it. And what we would do is we'd set it up in advance where they would come in, provide their driver's license, get the badge issued, then they'd come back. The school district would then provide it to them. Single point of entry gives the staff the notification that they are there just to walk their child to school. It's only for arrival. It's not for dismissal. As well as if you look into 9.6, 3.4, they all pretty much say the same thing as you have to go, so they would have to be amended, as well as we would add it into the procedural visitor management guide. I've talked to our safe school specialist in regarding to this. I know that the system can do it. I know we can get the badges. I know that it would be, and I'm not talking about a badge, I'm talking about printing the name tag and then doing some kind of lamination, punching a hole in there so there's almost none cost. And also they can have a lanyard from the school which shows that school spirit. I think there's so many benefits to that, as well as still being able to keep all the kids safe by putting them through the vetting process, which would be no different than if somebody came for lunch. So if at the end, I would like to be able to put something together and to be able to bring it to whatever the next workshop is for everybody to look at it. The other thing that I have on here is, during the meeting too, is that we talked about having a parent liaison. And I think that to the board. And I think that there's a lot of I think would be benefits to that, to be able to have that again, where parents asking questions. I know right now they send it to all the board or something, but they would be able to have a clearinghouse. I know Ms. Tompkins is super, super busy. this would give us another opportunity to answer questions from specifically, whether it's PTOs, PTAs, parents individually within the district, that it would give us an opportunity to be able to use them, to be able to provide, if it's a policy thing, or hey, this is an event, or hey, make a suggestion. I think it's another avenue for the board to be able to receive information and have community input. And again, Madam Chair, I'll bring something for that, because I'll bring something to the board at the next workshop to be able to discuss whatever it looks like for a parent liaison, as well as to the board, which is I'll also go out and check with other school boards to see if they have any kind of a position like that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Are you saying like a liaison to the board? Would they be seeing like kind of like a student representative?
They wouldn't have to sit up here, but they would be more of a clearinghouse of information. So if anybody had a question, a specific out of a specific district, or they had a specific question about sporting events, they had a question, that they would be kind of a clearinghouse to help with, again, providing information to them that they then could be able to put back, just as for, Peach Jar, being able to have the business to be able to provide contributions back to the school. Like, how does that look like? That way they could say, oh, well, here it is, this is what you do, here's the process. So that business then could say, okay, I'm going to be able to, I know that Chick-fil-A does, there's a lot of businesses that do it, but that would be an opportunity, again, for them to be able to have direct input, and then they could contact us. So they wouldn't sit at the board, they would just kind of be a liaison behind the scenes.
Okay. So you're going to bring that back as far as, and I can cross this off. I didn't have a chance to read this, yes. So, so you'll bring those back at the future. So should I add those to your name for the next discussion? Although the policy, I can add to the board workshop if other board members want to hear from that. I know I had added something similar. I haven't read this I didn't have a sample policy for it, but I did want to open that discussion. I know it's something I had talked about before. Mr. Edwards has brought that up as that I had mentioned. I just hadn't had an opportunity today to bring that forward. I know members of the community have raised that. So I'll read this. I'm sure board members all got a copy of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been changed, or is it just?
No, this is still the current policy. And all that would happen is if you put in there whatever the protocol was, is you would just add you probably put it under 3.24. You'd put it under the visitor management guide, but then the other twos would just be aligned to make reference to 3.24 regarding to walking children into class.
Okay.
So I'll bring that forward at the next workshop.
All right, very good. Moving forward, I have Mrs. Marinelli. Do you have any comments, questions, thoughts? Okay. Mrs. Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to recognize you, Mrs. Ziegler, and Mr. Edwards for representing the board at the celebration for recognizing the Teachers of the Year at high school, middle school, and elementary. Courtney Smith at high school, Joseph Connor at middle, and Timothy Ferguson. Congratulations to them on behalf of the board, and thank you, Mr. Edwards and Mrs. Ziegler, for representing us.
Absolutely, and a big shout out to Education Foundation. They do an amazing job, and it is my cheeks hurt at the end of the day. It's a really awesome day to celebrate our educators. Seeing other one, I know I have a lot listed here, but these should be pretty quickly. I know that the last two meetings, public comment policy, I wanted to bring forward in an official capacity to recommend or to hear from my fellow board members about changing our public comment policy. I don't want this to take more than one meeting, hopefully, to go through this, but I would like to see it go back to very simply what it used to be, which was 3 minutes, general open comment. Thank you, Mrs. Tompkins, for pulling what was once upon a time, so it actually didn't require much work at all. All of you should have a copy of that, and if it is agreeable to the board, that we would put it back on the next school board meeting's agenda for advertisement and then adoption. But again, if there's anything in there that members would like to draft and change, we can then bring it back to another workshop. So I just wanted to give everyone an opportunity, but just to highlight the quickest changes, the most obvious changes that, I can't find the policy here, that are on that versus what exists today are that it's moved to 3 minutes, and that it's all open comments. It does not segment it from the agenda to general. So if there are any other amendments or changes any board members would like to make to that policy, please let me know. And if you guys are all agreeable to bringing that back to be formally ratified for a change. Mr. Edwards.
So clearly I'm outnumbered, but I will just say that, because I know you all ran on that. That was an agenda that you all ran on, unlike another one that wasn't visible. But just for the record, you're taking the public from 4 minutes to 3 minutes, because right now there are 2 sections of comment, and there are 2 minutes, and they can speak twice. So that wasn't an accident, that was on purpose and done deliberate to please the public. And as a board member that's been here, it's much better to have those public comments, just like a town hall, that is focused on what you're about to vote on. And that was so important, and I enjoyed that. So again, I know I'm outnumbered here, but I'll say that for the record.
Thank you. I just need to make sure that this is agreeable to the other board members. That, are you guys acceptable with changing the policy back? Or are you open for me bringing it back to a board meeting to vote on formally? Okay.
Yes, I'm open.
And then if you had a chance to review it, were there any additional amendments just to avoid it going back and forth and back and forth? If there are any changes on that policy, I didn't actually find it. It's drafted in a manner that I think is agreeable all throughout it. There was one thing in this that I don't know if it's been changed, and Chief Oakes is not here, because this is the old version. And again, this had many versions. This is 2.22. The draft that you guys have in front of you was adopted on 8/21. Was that it, right? 8/21/01. I don't know if that's correct. That does not seem correct. That's what it says, though. But the only other part was that I saw that I think has been changed, and I'm somewhat indifferent. But we have to be consistent across the board. As far as, if I can just find it, was about signs. No signs in the chambers. We just have to apply it equally across the board. So if I recall, that was changed back. But if if no one has read this, the main change is the 3 minutes, and that there's just general comments. If there are any other changes that you read, please do read through this so that it makes it's acceptable. If not, I will add it to the superintendent to add to the next board meeting for advertisement. Mrs. Marinelli?
The reason that I would like to see the comments go back to the 3 minutes is that I did not like seeing parents having to wait till 9 o'clock at night to speak. I didn't like other community members having to wait till 8:30, 9 o'clock to speak. Some people want to speak and then they leave. I felt it was a punitive measure, and I'm speaking for myself. And Madam Chair, I just have to say, Mr. Edwards, you have brought up so many digs about the politics. I have not said one word, and I'm really tired of it. If we are going to work as a board, please stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards.
I don't really appreciate being schooled by a fellow board member. It's freedom of speech. You're entitled to your opinion, as am I.
We are board members, and we are to act in a respectful way. And I don't agree with that. Yes, we have freedom of speech, but with that, and I've heard you say that comes
Don't point your
responsibility.
finger at me.
Comes responsibility.
Do not point your
so-
finger at me.
All right, hold up. Let's just stop.
I don't want to tangle with you.
All right.
But stop,
Everybody
please.
stop. Okay. We were doing so great this morning. So let's seriously take a pause. I respect, and Mr. Edwards, actually, to that point, I'm not trying to make anything outnumbered. The very reason I actually listed every single person, board member's name there, was to ensure there was always an opportunity for every board member to bring things forward. My intent is to certainly work together as a collaborative board for the common mission that I know that we all share, even if that means we have differences of opinion at various decisions that are in front of us. And I will continue to make that the decorum of this board. So again, I will just summarize on if there are no additional comments on the public meeting, public comments, the 2.22, I'll finish up and then I'll bring that back to you. Then moving on to, as I had said, policy amendments, approved parent, legal guardian to walk students to class. Mr. Enos, you brought something forward. I know that had been discussed many times in the public. I know it's been brought forward. I have also spoken with the superintendent previously as well. I just wanted to find a balance of whatever the policy looks like, that we evaluate and ensure that we certainly have the safety component locked down. And I absolutely want your input on that. I can't think of anyone better. I want to make sure that that policy addresses the time and protection of our staff, that time is truly not a time for parents to come in and have, disrupt disrupt the classroom. I mean, really, it is truly an opportunity for parents to walk their child to class. They can see what's happening, but it's saying goodbye, and then they're off campus at a specific time. I believe we have mature adults in our community and that they will understand how to process that. We certainly don't want anyone to abuse the situation. If they do, we do have to certainly allow that administrators can handle that effectively and empower them to do so. And that finally, there's clarity as to what that time frame is, and that there's clarity as to who those people are. So I just want to make sure it checks those boxes, and that there's that was my goal, and I thought that could be easily rectified. And we'll move that forward to a future workshop since you mentioned that. And then I also, this is something that we talked about before with a different board. I wanted to reintroduce it and to get feedback from my colleagues, as I am very I feel very passionately about this personally, and it's not my policy. I know thank you again, Mrs. Tompkins, for providing these out to the board and attaching them to the agenda for workshop, was the IEP draft policy. There were actually 3 draft policies presented to the board back last year. And what had transpired, and just for a quick recap, is the board certainly is silent. The policies currently for the district are silent as it pertains to any kind of recording for IEPs. Historically, to my knowledge, at least that I've been aware of, that oftentimes anytime there was a request for an IEP to be recorded, that was accommodated. But as of recent, in the last 2-3 years or so, it seems that there have been more challenges. And I believe, as a parent and for the district to just equalize and put everyone on a level ground, IEP meetings are filled with jargon. They're highly, oftentimes, even in the most simple format, can be very emotional, certainly from a parent. They don't necessarily understand it. They may or may not have anyone else there with them. But it also, and I've actually didn't do this in a silo. I've spoken to a number of members of staff that have shared the same aspect of that. It provides very clarity as to what was discussed and how to resolve that and how to provide those accommodations in an agreed upon fashion. So what is in front of you, and actually I think there was 2 versions, but one that says Bridget's policy, it wasn't mine, it was pre-drafted, but it's the one I'm supporting and asking if the board has any comments. But I would like to see that be the official policy of Sarasota County Schools. Again, just to reiterate that needs to come back before the board for advertisement, and then of course would require, and this policy would require a recommendation by the superintendent. But wanted to open this up for member comments. Were you going to comment on the IEP? Yeah, sure. Okay, Mr. Edwards, there you go.
I'm happy to comment on the IEP. I learned this from Mrs. Rose. She said that when a parent gets frustrated or a parent gets angry in an IEP meeting, that it's a good idea to stop and start all the way over, go all the way back to the beginning, and build back collaboratively as a team. What I'm most fearful of is that when a parent is angry and says, I want it recorded, then that is a breakdown that doesn't allow for the work that really needs to be done. The real we need to start over and work together. What I learned as a new school board member was that there were a multitude of statutory, gotta say this, gotta show that, gotta produce this document, gotta sign that were, I think it was like 17 or 19 things that have to happen in an IEP meeting. And so the staff was racing through that, not paying any attention to the parent. The parent could have a meltdown, didn't understand what was being said, all of those kinds of very natural occurrences. And so to just automatically record it, I'm fearful that we're going to miss the opportunity to work with that parent to understand why they want it recorded. There were, the way the policy is written now, as my understanding, it's upon request. So if they request, and it's because my husband couldn't be here today, or there was a language barrier, it was very understandable, makes sense kind of, yeah, let's record it, then it did record with the teacher's permission or with everyone's permission. To automatically just make it policy, I fear that we're going to miss that opportunity that Mrs. Rose taught me.
Thank you. And just to clarify, we don't actually have a policy. It was adopted and then it was pulled back. So we don't have anything that responds to it right now. Just wanted to clarify that. And Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. From my perspective as a former teacher for special education and an exceptional student education liaison, principal and such, best practices have been shared here on the dais, and that is all of the above. That's working as closely as we can with each family in the best interest of a student, and really revisiting that when there's any conflict or frustrations until we can come up with something that we all agree on. And that's not that difficult when you are all working on behalf of a student. I didn't intend, nor did I ever want to say in the middle of a meeting, start recording it. My intention is that we work the best we can with the best communication, and that given how those meetings have gone for many years, if a parent requests to have it recorded, I would certainly think it is just fine to have them request that ahead of time so that it can all happen accordingly. There's a lot of language in the field of exceptional student education, and sometimes there's passion for every parent, and they're entitled to that. And of course, our staff in their opportunities to work best. So I am in support of allowing a recording at an IEP meeting and having it be a process and a procedure that works for everyone and is requested ahead of time and isn't in any way, shape, or form associated with I'm angry right now, so I want to record. That is not the intent. The intent is to have the best communication as possible and enough conversation that is focused on the success of the child. You'd be amazed if everyone focuses on the success of the child, deliberation, and the positives really start to unfold. So I am in support of giving our families a parent that option. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this policy, at least the draft that's been presented to y'all, has a notice that is required for 48 hours in advance in written writing. So that it would include the notice go to the ESC liaison at the school, a student school, and the district's executive director of exceptional education. And I think the goal, certainly where I'm coming from, and this is again, for all of our staff, because I know you guys work very, very tirelessly hard. It is not. It's coming at an aspect of it's not a gotcha. It's an opportunity to balance the scales so that everyone can work together for the best interest of the student. So there is clarity, so that there is the opportunity to go back and think and say and revisit, was this what said, just or even again, I think of myself as from a parent's perspective, the emotion. I've sat through them, and they were simple, and they had the most amazing staff. Everyone was on board. It was not adversarial at any level, but it can be overwhelming, and so it's just an opportunity to see the parents and the staff all working together and balancing those skills. So again, not sure if everyone are there any more comments, because in order to bring this forward, yes, Mr. Dugan.
I just want to add, and I think just trying to be helpful, there are 2 Division of Administrative Hearing opinions that actually provide for a requirement that from time to time they be recorded. For example, if the parent is disabled, to help them meaningfully participate. Like, I think the scenario in one of them was the parent was disabled such they couldn't speak or couldn't hear, and it was approved for them to be recorded in those limited circumstances with, pre-notice as an accommodation of that person's disability. I'm happy to distribute those opinions if that's helpful to this conversation. And then certainly above that would be a policy decision for the board. But I think there is a minimum requirement that we sometimes record, as part of the process.
Yeah, and the samples that you'd given was for those, well, certainly that's the requirement, no matter what, that's the floor. But, and again, this is going above and beyond with, again, the written request and making sure we do that. Mr. Edwards?
Yes, the only thing then, that I would add to it, because I'm still concerned that we're just going to do it automatically and miss that opportunity. The only thing that I would add to the policy is some sort of mechanism that provides for recording to litigation, so that we can see if it is being used in a way that's not in our best interest.
Mr. Duggan?
Well, there's a lot of policy considerations for you all to hash out and decide and implement, but certainly I think a good idea would be if someone is recording it, like a parent or an advocate or something, would be for the district to also record it, so that you're not in a situation where the perceived other side, if it turns into litigation, has a copy of a recording that we ourselves don't have. I think both sides recording would level the playing field.
Which this policy calls for both. It says if an IEP meeting is recorded, the school-based ESE liaison shall ensure that the school also records the meeting. Use of a digital recorder is preferred. If possible, the school-based ESE liaison shall be responsible for ensuring the district's recording is properly recorded and maintained, and all such recordings shall be made part of the student's IEP file. So
I still don't think that accomplishes what I'm saying.
So can you clarify?
Yeah, I'm concerned that we're going to have people that are just going to use the recording and turn it into litigation. Not that we shouldn't have our own, but that they used that mechanism of recording and taking it to litigation automatically. So, and which we might have been able to avoid if we hadn't recorded it and we had done what I said, or what Mrs. Rose suggested to us, about having, starting over, and even if they request it kindly, it still can lead to litigation, and that's what I'm watching for.
Understood. No, I understand your question a little bit better now. No, you certainly, when you record something, you document it, whether it's done well or done poorly, and we need to, as part of this, have robust training that would go towards what are best practices during an IEP, and to the extent there is legal criteria that needs to occur, that we're doing it every time, and that everybody understands the obligation. And everyone understands that they're being recorded and those type of things, for sure.
Absolutely. Agree. Were there any other, Mrs. Rose, are you good?
I just want to reinforce where my priorities lie, and my priorities lie in having the very best practice in communication and collaboration with our families. And yes, of course, we are responsible as fiduciaries for protecting taxpayer dollars. And I think that we can look to legal counsel to put those protections in. As a one individual, I don't want to base the working with families and having ideal communication in every situation in fear of litigation. That's what I look to legal counsel to build in for us. My first priority, and I do want to reiterate that, is to collaborate and surround every child with the heightened positivity and communication and pathways for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? And if not, I just need to deem it's appropriate. Even you don't have to vote how you want on it, but if you're acceptable for us to bring this forward for advertisement to take action. Board members, yes? Is there any objection? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. The last one, and we're done up for me, was, and we had mentioned this, just there have been some slight changes from Mr. DeLeo had sent over a memo, an email to us in November as the lead counsel under the contract at Shoemaker, and I just thought it would be appropriate to clarify. There were a couple other questions in the contract, and so just to ensure there's clarity, wanted to bring that forward, and I got too many papers up here and I'm struggling to find them. But there was a draft of the contract. No work had been done on it, Mr. Duggan. I don't think any changes.
I haven't made any changes.
Yeah,
No.
and that, I guess that would really be incumbent upon the board to see that that's allowable. I just thought that there needed to be clarity as far as the lead counsel and some of the rates, because I think it got a little confusing before, at least what we had talked about before.
Sure. Since about August of 21, we have been operating with a basic understanding that there's a day-to-day rate for all of the daily legal stuff, coming to board meetings, answering calls from principals, executive directors, cabinet members, the superintendent, and then a separate rate for litigation. I think that's what was originally contemplated. Just in that first draft of the contract, it was attributed to the person rather than the duties. So that would certainly be something to clarify in a modified contract. And really, I want to add also, we really respect and enjoy our role in the public service that we do here representing this client. And certainly you all are entitled to staff this client however you wish to do that. And I think we can work with you on that. But with everything going on, certainly you need some legal counsel. So we look forward to having that conversation with you all and staffing from a legal standpoint, however you all want it to be staffed.
So there's no action on this yet. I just wanted to, if just because it wasn't lining up to what we were actually having take place, we can have that at a future conversation. If it makes sense, I just would like it to reflect the actual individuals and the appropriate hourly rates. Just I think that's that's my most important thing. And certainly, I think if the board wants to have a future conversation as to what the role, the relationship of general counsel, what the structure looks like, that's certainly an opportunity. But my purpose for today was to align this current contract so that it is clearly stipulating what is actually happening. And as long as there is no objection, I would just ask that the council do that and bring that forward for the board to review and adopt. It's not an extension or anything of that sort. It's merely, I think it's section 3, so that the compensation identifies, aligns appropriately with the fact that we have different members on here and making sure that rate is clearly reflected. So, was there, the other part actually, now that I have this in front of me, is this as the 21-22, so this goes to the end of, I think it's February, and actually no, it goes to June 30th, 2022. We had the 819,000. I'm not ready to have the whole conversation about legal fees. I want to make sure that the billable and the rates are accurate based on what is currently happening, so that way the board has an understanding of what's being provided and then can move accordingly. Is that acceptable to everyone? Okay, I'm done. Anyone else have additional thoughts, comments? Mr. Edwards?
Yeah, I'm just going to wrap this up. Just for clarification purposes, at the November 22nd meeting, Mrs. Ziegler did say she wanted to talk about Schumacher, and we talked about Schumacher. She also said we would have on the meeting of the 13th the foundation conversation. So I need to point that out because I still don't have a resolution to my inquiries from the public as to when that will be discussed, or if at all. Maybe Mrs. Marinelli has changed her mind. Lastly, I didn't intend to say this, but since I was accused of digs, I would suggest that maybe if you feel that, you're the owner of that. And from my perspective, I sat at a board meeting, a reorg board meeting, that you were sworn in, all of you, sworn in. And in less than 10 minutes, we had a termination for the superintendent and a discussion of foundations that was agreed upon for the 13th. Frankly, you all rocked my trust, let alone the trust of the community. So I need to say that. And my plan, so that we all get, is that once we get on the other side of the resolution of the superintendent and where we're going, my plan is to protect the students and our families and the school district no different. No different. No criteria will change for me, which means that I will have to work with all of you to try and get my thoughts across and to find consensus. So that is my plan.
Thank you very much. I just want to add some clarity here, is when this was asked upon, and I did intend on putting it on this agenda, Mrs. Tompkins did reach out to Mrs. Marinelli, is my belief, to get clarity as to what if additional information needed to be provided in advance. I'm summarizing based on just merely the agenda, no, as far not substantive, but that my understanding was Ms. Marinelli had waited for a future agenda. I'm not sure. That's all I know. I was putting it under her, and I think that the staff wanted to know whether they needed to present or be prepared to present anything in advance. So I was trying to follow up with the request, but because I was not the requestor and certainly cannot speak to all of the details, that's why that happened. So Mrs. Rose and then Mrs. Marinelli.
I just want to add, because of the conversation coming up with legal counsel, that as we go forward, looking at costs, and I know that's already been discussed and addressed, I do want to include a little history and perspective as a principal or such, what access everyone has immediately to legal counsel is in that isn't important to always have that advice and protections in place. But I think that we can have a system that is much more conscientious in that process versus everyone first going to legal counsel from a cost perspective, in that's something that has been in place in the past and did actually work. And I'm not making conclusions or recommendations, just continuing that dialogue so we are working as healthy together as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Marinelli?
At that November 22nd school board meeting, I did ask about the foundations, and I said, at a later date, I would like to have a discussion about the foundations. That was not to be taken as a negative. I've had the pleasure of many, many years of working with the foundations, whether it was a community foundation on the season of sharing, because being a school counselor and then being the supervisor of student services, I was placed, because the social workers are the liaison to the parents. I worked with the Gulf Coast Community Foundations on careers. So I have nothing but the utmost respect for the foundations and our agencies that we work with. My point in bringing that up at a later date was to hear what all has been going on with our foundations, because I hear at so many school board presentations that they're working with our students. I wanted to know why. What is happening? Because I do get asked when I'm out in the community. So I just said I would like to put that on at a later date. That was my whole intent, was to find out what wonderful things the foundations are doing for our students and our teachers, and also our agencies. I used to be the one that coordinated all the interagency agreements and the communication with the foundations, along with all the executive directors. So this, I do know a little about what I'm talking about. And they were housed in one place. So that was my intent, that I just wanted to find out what was going on at a later date.
Thank you very much. So really quickly before I adjourn, I want to make sure I have everyone's notes and recommendations. I have STC and SMH collaboration discussion for a future workshop. I know platforms, IT, technology platforms was referenced. They may not all be next meeting or next workshop because there are certainly normal, regular operational items that we will have. So I'm just making sure I have everything captured. Town discussions for town hall or potentially budget, a safety and security meeting that we could also incorporate for new construction, but also for that policy. Dashboards on board assignments, an algorithm for IT. I have a blank space here, so Mr. Edwards, if I missed something here, please, this is your opportunity to remind me. Safe and secure schools I already addressed, and then a parent liaison. Am I covering everything that everyone wanted to see in a future workshop?
The algorithm was for school board member emails.
So algorithm for school board member emails. Is there anything else? Seeing none, we are adjourned until 6 o'clock. Thank you so much.